Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slap. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J, got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slap.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy? What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back. Welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds, LLC. The unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also, the man with one trabajo, that is the Mitch Slapper. Call me the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, God Allah, and I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Boy, do we got a great show for you today. Two men that I had, some respect for in their YouTube career. Michael Rashid loses his mind, his cotton picking mind, over some comments that are all too familiar with us in this space. If you've been researching and doing your data, if you have an open mind, if your eyes are wide open, if you're not deaf, dumb, and blind, research that he says Myron Gaines had told him because they had done some collabs together. He suggests that Myron Gaines says black women are at the bottom of the dating pool. They are at the lowest of the totem pole. Now, if you guys don't know who these individuals are, allow me to introduce them, and I'll give you a quick introduction, but I'm going to introduce them later on in the show because, you know, not a lot of people know who these individuals are. Some people do, some people don't, and allow me to introduce these two figures that we're going to discuss later in the show. This is Michael Rashid right here. As you can see, he's in Snow Bunny heaven.
Where the white women at?
All right, he's a YouTuber.
Where the white women at?
Sorry. He's a YouTuber. He's been on YouTube, man, as long as I can remember. He definitely has motivated me and inspired me to boss up. He started off at the bottom. Now he's here. He definitely is more centered than he used to be. He's built his business up using YouTube, and he was definitely around during the fitness craze, you know, when the bodybuilders, the really strong, big bodybuilders were building massive audiences. Mike Rashid right here in this picture is showing teeth.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
And yeah, he definitely got some flatback Supremes out there. Look at him.
Where are the white women at?
All right. And so Mike Rashid has definitely been around in the YouTube sector for a very, very long time. And he's bossed up. He's got to a level that he needed to get to, and he is definitely a source of inspiration for many young men, especially young black men out here. He's a rapper. I think he might have had some criminal background, and that it didn't let him set him back. That didn't set him back. He didn't let that set him back. And so he's been in this space for quite a long time. He still does make content. He doesn't make as much content, I don't believe. I don't see much content suggested in my inbox from him, but you know, he shares a lot of his knowledge that can help some men grow. And so that's Mike Rashid. He's been around for a long time. Now you have Myron Gaines. He's relatively, you know, he's not as new as I would say, but he's newer than Mike Rashid, and he's certainly newer than me as well. But, you know, he's made a great impact in YouTube as well. He's made a lot of money, and he's, you know, invested a lot of money to start his podcast. He came a long way. He's definitely going through a rebrand right now that a lot of people might not agree with. He wants to get more political and talk about racial issues, rebranding from what he started at originally, which is a very difficult thing to do. Trust me. All right. It's a very difficult thing to do. So now he's talking more about racial issues that triggers a lot of people. He definitely showing up as Clarence Bigby many times with his Ku Klux Klan hood on. And a lot of people ain't rocking with that new transition, that new pivot. And of course, he is irritating a lot of people with this particular type of content. Now, I know Myron. I've met him several times. I mean, many times. I appeared on his show multiple times. I don't know Mike Rashid personally, but we were living in the same area, Newport Beach in Irvine. And I seen him on several occasions riding a Rolls Royce, I believe one time, you know, a drop top Rolls Royce. So I did see him one time, but, you know, at that time I was just starting, you know, to gain prominence in YouTube. So he probably not too familiar with me. But yeah, man, it's interesting to see that both of these people collabed at one point. This was when Fresh and Fit were on their tour, going from podcast to podcast. And this really helped them grow their audience significantly. Now, when they were collabing, you could tell they were disagreeing. All right. They weren't definitely agreeing on many points because Mike Rashid has kind of moved forward. He bossed up, so he's more centered. He doesn't, you know, he's not in survival mode anymore. So his point of view on relationships and dating is going to be quite different than it was previously. And so since he's centered, but Myron and Fresh at that point were definitely more right and less centered. they were more aggressive. They were in survival mode, and so they were being aggressive with their talking points. Mike Rashid is kind of like, hey, what's all of this stuff about with women? And since Mike Rashid has been able to boss up and become successful, people will say that he's out here gumping and simping and cap to save a hole and all of that stuff. And we're going to play a clip later in the show. This is going to come up as the main event. So if you're interested in me covering this subject matter, we're going to break this down on what Mike Rashid believes Myron Gaines saying about black women. But this is interesting.
Where the white women at?
All right. I mean, this is interesting. If you could take a look at this picture, he definitely is out here, you know, all right, hey.
Yeah, that brother Star.
All right, but Mike Rashid comes to the defense of black women, right? And so we're going to take a look at his video. We're going to take a look at the data. We're going to use facts, not feelings. And we're also going to look at the comment section of Mike Rashid's video to see where people believe is the right side of this argument. Now, I don't want to get in between the beef between these two brothers because this is none of my business between them. It's sad to see that this is another example of what I've talked about on Saturday. Too many people are taking shots at people that they collab with, which is, you know, crazy. Like if you're putting out whole videos and calling out names, I get critique. Critique is okay. But, you know, to bring this back up and then people go back and forth, it is quite, you know, sad for the viewers to see this. But we are going to have you vote on this. You guys are voting right now. And, of course, I want you to not vote with your emotion. All right. This is going to be important when we break down what Mike Rashid feels here. All right. Because he's using his feelings. Myron's using facts. All right. And so, but do the facts play out in real life? All right. Because facts on the internet, statistics, doesn't mean that that's represented in the real world. Okay. Mike Rashid, on the other hand, is like, yeah, I mean, you know, facts are facts. But my feeling is, why would he say that? Who do you think is right in this situation thus far? But of course, later on in the show, I'm going to break this down like a fraction. But we got so much covered today. We got migrants running for the border. All right. We got migrants running for the border right now. They scrambling and scraping for shit. We got that in Gloom CGA. We also have Straggle and Sniggle Theater featuring what that mean. Basically, is going to be
what that mean.
The purpose of Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got crime and law CGA, people committing crimes. I'm claiming they're a criminal. And we have, was CGA right? A Mac wannabe. Not a Mac wannabe. I'll take that back. I'll be respectful. I'm being nice today. All right. I'm in a good mood out here today. Just to let y'all know, brothers. I'm in a good mood.
New world order.
Don't piss me off. All right, I'm smiling. I'm a benevolent monarch. I'm the king of kings. I'm in a good mood today. All right, so I'll be nice to Goldie. Goldie is not a wannabe Mac. He a perpetrating pimp, but okay, I'll be nice. Goldie is going to play, I'm going to play a video by Goldie or from Goldie, and he's with another trick. I can't remember his name, but he's a rapper. Okay, I'll be nice.
New world order.
I'm gonna be nice. All right, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just describing people. I'm just describing people. I don't mean to diss them. All right, but I'm not sneak dissing either. I'm just using descriptive words just so people understand them. Okay, we got a trick and a perpetrating pimp in the car talking about paying for punani, all right? You know, that's what it is.
I got the pussy for the money. If you got the money for the pussy.
Okay, we got him. He's going to tell us if CGA is right. That's what he's going to do, all right? But, okay, enough about that. To contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat.
New world order
on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. All right, what simp ass ninja is gonna piss me off today? All right, the Mitches. Hey Mitches, I'm being nice today. Don't bring your bullshit in here today. I want to be a nice guy today. I'm nice CGA. Okay, be careful here.
New world order.
All right, I don't want to Mitch slap today, but I will slap your Mitch asses if you in here with the bullshit. You know, I'm trying to be nice. All right, are the Mitches already here? All right, they miserable. They like the attention. You know, they're like women sometimes. Sometimes they crash out on you and snap out on you. That's because They want you to dominate them. That's what they want you to do. When they be going crazy, they want you to dominate them.
I like to get dominated.
All right.
I like to.
Choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
That's what's happening. You know what I mean? It's happening. So, just so you know that. So Mitches are like bitches. They want you, they crash out. They'll be like, Coach, humiliate me, type niggas. But I'm not trying to humiliate them. Shout out to our brother, no government name, but it's Mehmet the Second, the legendary Mehmet the Second. I think you've been here since at least 2020, brother, or 2021. Mehmet the Second says first lady is from Slovenia and the second lady from India. Passport bros, we up.
City boy, city boy.
He says, moral of the story, if you want to succeed, don't have an American wife. Shout out to you.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah, man. Matter of fact, I mean, the last couple of people in the White House, yeah, not an American to be seen. We had a you-know-who-ish first vice president husband, second gentleman, and so forth and so on. Mr. Radar is in the building. Shout out to Mr. Radar. He's in here letting it... All right. He's here to sound the Mitch alarm. He said he's here to sound the Mitch alarm. Yo, the angry man is in the building. He said, salute, coach. I reviewed your video the other day. You were cooking with fish grease. The space been done. Keep dropping the truth. And you guys know the angry man's been critical of this space for a long time. And people are like, hey, CGA, you're late. All right, Angry Man's been talking about it. People have been talking about this, man. Shout out to the Angry Man. I got to go visit. And Ringo Raw. Ringo did a review of, I think he did a review of my video, but I was live, so I didn't see it. And then I went to go hang out with a YouTuber last night. I'll say his name later. New world. So I didn't see it, man. But look, man, I think, we're not above critique here. And Angry Man has been talking about that for a long time, whether you agree with him or not. Shout out to our brother, the Angry Man. The Angry Man in the building. And that's a sponsorship sheet. That's a sponsorship. Hey, when the YouTubers come in the spot, they gonna definitely drop a bag. No government name, Coach Alini, the benevolent. He says, JUCO whisperer and speaker of truth. Who do you think are more harmful to young men? PUAs teaching cold approaching game or Tracons teaching just be a good pet wallet, a plow horse, and don't have any fun? As a Gen Z, both are the biggest scumbags on earth. And I'm going to play a video about men are really struggling. So, people always let me know when I'm on these Mitch's neck, but men are struggling. And I think for me, both of them do irreparable damage to the marketplace. I know they might be believing that they're doing good. And of course, they may think the same about me. So no big deal. No big deal. But I think Tracons sell a dream that definitely the data doesn't support, right? They don't want you to look at the data. Matt Walsh type ninjas. All right. Don't even look at the data. Don't worry. Dave Ramsey. Like, these guys really be selling guys dreams. Right. And then you have the PUAs that are selling you possibility, the possibility of sex, which in many cases, they will set men up for failure. And then they will tell men, hey, accept this type of failure, which is going to be humiliation failure. Now, there's failure and humiliation failure. So they'll convince you of something, but produce little receipts, right? So these guys will fake receipts. They won't pull real receipts, and they'll give you all kind of reasons as to why they won't pull these receipts. Well, I don't want to do this, and I don't want to mess up, right? So they don't show the entire picture. And when they do, it's maybe a setup, okay? It's not an accurate way to do it. And it's probably not the best way to even go about life. So I think I have critical critique of both of those particular audiences. While they may have a critique of me as well, I think both of them do irreparable damage to men, as to after the guys try what they suggest, they ultimately become disgruntled. Okay? They become disgruntled. Men become very disgruntled after trying. Like, they become a Tracon, and then 50-60% of them get divorced. They become disgruntled. Men that try cold approaching, although it works for a small percentage of men, and it does help men alleviate that nervousness of approaching a woman. Yes, it might alleviate that, But a lot of men are just going to become disgruntled because it's not going to work. That I say the PUA space created MGTOW, many of the MGTOWs. And I know this for a fact. I have men that were in MGTOW or Red Pill, and they said they bought all the PUA courses. They did all of the game and the cold approach. And only a small percentage of men going to win. And those men typically, not always, are going to be the men that would have won anyway, right? And the other dudes that claim they won, they don't show no receipts. They don't. And I can look at them nerd ass ninjas. I'll be like, you ain't getting nothing out here, bro. I mean, you are getting something, but show me some receipts. All right, so anyway, that's a good question. Let me do one more, and then I got to get on with the show. Shout out to our brother. He says, reminder for people who disagree with CGA in the live chat in the comments, put your income and your zip code on the donations. For real, bro. I actually suggested that one time. I'm like, please put your zip code before you disagree with me. And then young guys, for sure. Young guys. And let me continue his chat. He says, we know they won't because they don't have a lifestyle better than CGA has and never will. That's why they disagree with CGA. Yeah, young dudes too. Please put your age, if you've ever been married, if you ever had a living girlfriend, if you ever bought some pussy, if you ever, a woman tried to, like, men are telling men not to do certain things, but don't have and have not even participated in certain things. Like, it's completely weird to me. I would never buy pussy. Why? Well, the woman don't respect you. Okay, have you ever bought pussy? No. Nope. Okay, how the hell? Wait a minute. Okay, now, doesn't mean you have to do something to be able to say you don't want to do it. However, you're saying that this effect is going to happen, but you've never done it. Like, nigga, what? All right, I get it. Okay, let me give you another example because people are going to be triggered. People tell men, especially older men, about relationships and marriages and cohabitation, and they never had either one. You've never had either one. So, question, you're 25 years old, you barely got 2 hairs on your chinny chin, and you've never lived with a woman. You never lived with a woman. You never fucked a woman without your mama in the next bedroom or on an air mattress or in a car. You've never lived with a woman. You've never been married. And then they will literally jump over on me and jump down my throat. First of all, how in the hell are you telling me about anything? Your highest income thus far in life has been $35,000 a year. If you watch my video on Patreon on Money Mindset, you've seen that that's easy to accomplish in a calendar month. And this was before YouTube, but that's neither here nor there. You've never made more than $35,000 a year. You never fucked a woman that another person wasn't in the house or in the apartment at the same time, or when you weren't in the backseat of a car. You never bought pussy. You never been solicited. You never solicit. Like, you don't have no life experience. Zero life experience. You've never moved in with a woman. You never lived with a woman for more than 2 years. You never been engaged. You never been married. How the hell are you telling me about anything? How do you literally review what I'm saying? And I mean, listen, Trump's bringing back free speech. However, how are you reviewing anything? How are you not going, let me take notes? But it is mind-boggling, but I said I was going to be nice. Now, it doesn't mean you have to go through a divorce. I'm saying you've never lived with a woman. You know what I mean? You're 25 years old. You've never even you're barely an adult for a decade. So what are you talking about? I'm literally be mind-boggled when these young niggas be on the stream talking, and they're like, this guy right here, he wrong about this. How do you know? How do you know I'm wrong? Now, I could be wrong. Let's just say I could be wrong. Anything's possible. But how would you know I'm wrong? Like, how would you know? You just would be like, Well, I don't want I hope what he's saying isn't right. That would be a good approach. But how would you know I'm wrong? You don't have no life experience to even put up against my life experience or anybody else's life experience for that matter. How would you know I'm wrong? See, that's the problem. That's the only critique that I have. All theory. All right. They just living off theory. All right. All right. Not the girls I know, ass nigga. All right, yeah, his mama told him. All right, I got a stray beard hair, but I'll fix that later. It's quite distracting me as I look down. But nothing compares to that. But let me get into this right here. Doom and Gloom CGA, we're going to actually get into the instructive part of the show. Let's go. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the... All right, we're going to get into some information here. We're going to catch up on the world of news and politics, if you will. So bear with us. And if you're here for the thumbnail, there's no drama here. We're going to review the issue that is being discussed, not between the two men. But we're going to give you some information about what's going on in the world, just in case you weren't paying attention. President Donald Trump was inaugurated yesterday. And yes, he going crazy and ham, signing several executive orders, including reversing 78 plus Biden executive orders, all in one fell swoop. Let's give you a quick review.
What is this one? Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million.
Ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
I like that.
Did you sign the TikTok order?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just This is actually an executive order designated.
All right, just to catch you up here, free speech, no censorship by the government. This is the Biden administration definitely got caught with their hand in the cookie jar with Facebook and social media. So they were definitely part and parcel of censorship. They were calling Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, telling them to censor certain posts. All right, which is damn illegal. All right, and definitely reeks of censorship. So Trump, and by the way, racism is going to fly like crazy. I'm gonna just let you know. All right, but it's only going to be a temporary support. It's going to be a temporary amount of time. People are going to get over it. He also has signed a TikTok extension for 75 days, and somebody's going to be filthy rotten rich when they buy it. All right, and of course now there's been some other things. We'll go ahead and say he's designated the cartel as a terrorist organization. All right, shout out to the cartel. All right, so yeah, Trump going ham, y'all.
The cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
It's a big one.
First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people are this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people.
All right, so 1,500 of the January 6 people that have been convicted or jailed are pardoned, including stand by and stand down. All right, the people of the so-called white supremacist organizations that have been labeled white supremacist organization by the media and the Biden administration. Stand down and stand by. All right. Pardoning everybody. All right. That's crazy. A lot of people are returning home based on that pardon.
The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
So Trump is not playing. I mean, a lot of people are not going to like this, but I like this, even though there are going to be some things that work against me. I like the bravado. I like the, I like the straight up targeting of a certain people. I like the anti-wokeism. I like getting down to business. Let's get to the bottom line. Let's not play games. Let's get the retards out of office. All right. He's not playing. So climate change and that whole climate thing, he torpedoing all that. All right. And so whether you agree or disagree with it, I find that a lot of people who agree with it are mostly going to be young people. And that's just based on the educational system. The education system's telling you that. If you were not in the educational system, you're probably not going to believe it because you weren't taught that. So, whether it's real or not is based on, we'll see what the science is, but his particular side are going to be older and less likely to believe in it. And Al Gore right now is kicking and punching the air.
No, I think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of...
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie?
Oh, yeah. He knows what it was. Donald Trump knows what it was there, but he's talking about the New Jersey drones, finding out what they were. And, of course, I don't even know if they're there anymore. Nobody told me. All right, but Trump is getting down to business. And as a result, this is, I believe from the previous election of Trump, the liberal celebrities are saying they're leaving the country. Let's see if they leave this time.
Donald Trump wins, I'm going to be out of the country.
I will move to Spain.
But I'm either coming to your country if you'll let me in, or Canada.
Listen, if he wins, he won't have to worry about immigration. We'll all go back.
Where would you go? Canada.
I'm 100% moving to Canada. I love Canada.
I'd be an expatriate. I would definitely move.
Trump win, I'm moving to Africa.
If any Republican gets nominated, I'm going to move to Canada with my entire family.
Maybe it's time for me to move.
I'm reserving my ticket to get out of here if he wins.
I have a house in Spain that is going to be ready right after the election.
Panama, Siberia,
Nova Scotia.
I'm definitely moving to Canada.
Straight to hell.
Iceland, France.
Asia's pretty cool.
Like a mental hospital for a while.
I would move to the Caribbean.
The Bahamas, Hawaii.
I've always wanted to live in Italy, so I feel like that might be a good time.
Who's Trump?
Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Take your ass on. Pack your bags. Hey, if you need help packing up, we got you, brother. Hey, I'm going to help y'all digits, man. Hey, look. And Don Cheadle. Who's Trump? All right. How that dick taste? All right. How that dick taste? All right. Look at Donald Trump. Who's Trump? These ninjas, man, the smugness of these goofy celebrities. The smugness of the goofy celebrities. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. You ain't going to do shit. All right. You're going to be here scrambling and scraping for shit. Who's Trump? The arrogance. All right. And Eddie Griffin, you're going to Africa. All right. Take your ass back to Africa. All right. Why are you going back to Africa? Apparently here, the immigrants are scrambling and scraping for shit after Donald Trump was elected. Let's go ahead and play this video.
Right now, President-elect Donald Trump's team is finalizing executive orders on immigration.
CNN is reporting they could be released hours after he's sworn in on Monday. CBS 8's Chris Grow live near the border in San Ysidro with the fears that many immigrants are facing right now. Chris?
Can't even imagine that uncertainty right now, being at home, wondering whether or not you, yourself, your family members could potentially be deported, how quickly, all of that running through those scenarios and trying to work with advocates like the ones in Texas, here in California, the ones that our sister stations have spoken with to get an idea of exactly how those in the immigrant community are feeling right now. Take a listen.
A lot of distrust, and also what they're worried about being separated as a family.
Know what agencies are available to assist you in the event that you get detained, and to always know that you have the right to have an attorney advise you on both the criminal and the immigration impacts.
Oh no, look at this. All right, look. Oh, no. La Migra. All right, this is crazy. Why we talk about the Mexicans here? There's more. Oh, no. Well, the Mexicans are out in full force there. I mean, hey, listen, this is more than just the Mexicans here. This is everybody that came across the border, and the fentanyl and the whores, There are a lot of whores, man. But I did meet a Coach Gang member that, definitely was like, hey, Coach, listen, man, my pops is an immigrant. And then he was like, but he's a, what do they call it? An anchor baby or something. But his pops basically could never travel. That was what his point was. He was like, I support you and all that. But he said, hey, listen, I'm a Latino. My father's here illegal. He got caught, deported. He came back. But as a result, he travels. His son travels and has a passport, but the dad can never travel because he's stuck in like Phoenix, Arizona. So, man, shout out to the Coach Gang members that are in this situation here. But, yeah, it's about to be scrambling and scraping for shit. Them ninjas is about to be packing up. I mean, it's bad out here. And they said they already leaving here. This is according to last night. Some immigrants are already leaving the U.S. in self-deportation as Trump's his threats loom. And there we go right there. And this is by Olga Rodriguez. Shout out to Olga. She's either ugly or fine. I've only met one attractive Olga. The rest of them look like ogres. All right, but here he is right here. The migrants are headed to the fucking border right now, and they ain't waiting around. They going back. All right, they going back. They like, hell nah, nigga, I ain't gonna be humiliated and kept in a goddamn container like Obama had us. All right, Trump ain't playing. They taking their ass back. They gone. All right, out of here. All right, man, they already leaving. Now, this is some last doom and gloom right here, man. We got self-deletions among, I don't know how old this video is. It might be an older video. Somebody sent it to me, but we have to play this here. Self-deletions among men under 30 have risen 40% since 2010. Since 2010. By the way, man, don't self-delete, man. That is a coward's move. And by the way, if you're a young man under 30, life is just getting started. All right, don't ever think life is where it is when you're 30. All right, it's you're still young.
In the last year, suicide rates among men under 30 have risen by 40% since 2010 and are 4 times higher than among young women. The support for young men to actually do something productive with their lives and the lingering stigma around seeking help continues to paralyze men who deep down want to work towards something but are dealing with so many internal issues that they cannot even consider that possibility. It is a completely different world from the one that boomers grew up in, when there was much less demonization around masculinity and many more opportunities that encouraged men to get a higher education. Like I expressed earlier, for a lot of young men, they are still trying to figure out where they fit in this new hyper-individualistic world that is detached from the traditional values that were set upon.
I don't know whose video that is. If you recognize his voice, you can give him a shout out right there. But yeah, men are definitely in a state of confusion more than anything else. And obviously, the boomer had it a certain way. And of course, a lot of young men say, well, wait, how come we can't have it like the boomers had it? Well, the boomers were a definitely unique generation. They were definitely outside the box. The generations before that didn't have what the boomers had. And the generations before the boomers created the opportunities the boomers had. You also had a different housing market, a different economy, a different job market. White-collar jobs were not the norm. A lot of people wore hard hats and worked blue-collar jobs. The cost of living was always to be considered, even though it's considered low for us. It wasn't like they had lots of money. They weren't making 50 grand and buying. They were making very small amount of money, but it's all relative. So men are trying to find a new place in this space. That's why I have the free agent lifestyle, right? That's what I have is an option for men. All right. Is it the best option? Is it going to be the option that you want? No. That's why people say they want a solution that gives them the boomer life, all right, in 2025. Here's the problem with that.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door. Yeah. Robert Parrish is not walking through that door.
Yes.
And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
And JF says white boomers. And yes, I don't play the race card very often, but that's true. All right, that's true. You have to take that into consideration as well. But yeah, man, Larry Bird ain't walking through that door. So I'm trying to wake men up to say this is a new place. We have monetized dating. Everything's monetized. We have an economy that doesn't benefit the lower middle class. You have to work your way up, or you're going to be part of a growing underclass. But men have an opportunity to work their way up in a small amount of time. So I'm teaching men to boss up, and the world's teaching men to stop, slow down, and get therapy.
Boss up, nigga.
Which in this video, this person admits, okay, yeah, therapy and getting help is still, it still has a stigma attached to it. But then he adds, and rightly so, men have a hard time even trying to slow down and process the need to get help. Right. Although people do vouch for therapy and help and counseling, which I'm not a big proponent of because I'm like,
boss up, nigga.
All right. But people will use that to seek that out. I think there's a lot of problems with that particular step because the majority of the therapists and counselors don't have a swinging dick. All right. Look. And the men, even the male therapists. All right. So they ain't got a swinging dick. Even in that video, you talking about some old white woman. I'm telling you, man, old white women can't really give me advice about shit. I mean, they can, but not much. They can't teach me how to survive. They can't teach me how to survive. They ain't got no swinging dick in between their legs. I got a swinging dick. How do you, it's kind of like when young people debate me and tell me I'm wrong. Nigga, what kind of life experience you got? That's like me taking therapy from a young 24-year-old guy. No, All right, there ain't shit you can help me with. Maybe to process some thoughts every now and then, but some old white woman can't help me with shit, bro. I mean, they can, but they can give me some information, but not much. Not much. That's like when you're dating an older woman. What does she know about? Like, how can she make him a man? All right, it's impossible. It's impossible. So they're saying it's stigmatized men getting help, but they want men to get help. But the helpers are either Duke shooters, pooter intruders, and old white women, divorced white women at that. All right. Shout out to Kosher Clinician, by the way. Ain't nobody trying to hear from them. How the fuck can they help a young male with a load of testosterone and can't get no pussy? Like, what? Like, it's impossible. So men do not see that as a viable option because they got to go forward in life. But of course, a lot of men are in limbo. A lot of men don't know where to go. All right. So, right. They don't know where to go with it. And this is why they are stuck in limbo. They're waiting for the past to return. I'm one of the people that's telling you the past is not returning. It's dead, y'all. And I know people, it is dead. Dating is dating of what you remember dating is. When you were coming up and you learned when you were 5 years old, right? That's dead. All right. Marriage is dying, right? The old marketplace of dating is dead. It's not coming back. So men are still trying to figure out how to make that come back in 2025. The past is gone, unfortunately, and we really don't go backwards in these things. We have now got into the monetized dating marketplace across the board. Even though people hear that and they only think prostitution, you don't know what monetized dating is. You're not listening to me. And it takes years for people to start hearing me. All right, because they're just arguing. Oh, you talking about tricking? No, we're talking about all aspects of dating are monetized. Even a dating app is monetized, right? You only get so many swipes on the free version of the dating app. If you approach a woman, the first thing she's thinking of is, hey, take me to at least a coffee, a hot chocolate, a donut. So it is, you can't just depend on a woman just caking on her for 90 days. Right? The 90s brothers. We would meet a woman, we get the phone number, and we would cake for 90 days, just on the phone, talking, caking. And we were what? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Just talking. All right, extended it out. And then after like 15 days, maybe you try to go get some pussy, maybe take her out to Chili's or some shit like that. So since that is the case, bruh, that's gone. And I'm trying to get men to adapt to the new reality. But most of the time, I'm ahead of everybody. People have seen me. I'm way ahead. I'm like in 2030 and 2032. So it's hard for people to catch up. But when they catch up, they basically be like, oh, this nigga was right. But then they take the, they start talking and reporting what's going on. But I'm telling you, brothers, the past is dead. And if men don't want to listen to me because they want their past to come back or they want it to be like they want it to be, they'll never listen. They'll be stuck. All right. But that's anyway, that's doom and gloom CGA. Oh, by the way, older people, you got to understand what younger people are going through. Never put yourself in a situation where like you're older, you're 35, 40, 45, and your dating world was the 90s. Guys, and you're married or you're, not dating anymore or you're doing whatever you're doing. Younger people it's a clusterfuck for the majority of younger people. Statistically, it's a disaster. All right. So you don't know what they're going through. But the thing is, I'm in it. I'm in the field. All right. Shout out to you. That's Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA. All right, I'm going to get to these Cash Apps, PayPals, Venmos, and support over on Ko-Fi. Next coming up, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The main event will come up in 2 hours. All right, so stick around for the best entertainment here on YouTube, bar none. Shout out to everybody in here. We got our brother Kevin G says, it's your favorite Kenyan American. No Diddy, but I was thinking about you this AM.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
I'm just joking. You said no Diddy. And the past Money Mindset session. Given we're now in the MAGA era, would you ever consider opening a political-like channel, maybe taking Doom and Gloom into its own? Peace to you, coach, and keep teaching. Well, yeah, when I was thinking about doing these things, and then I got them all demonetized. So that put a monkey wrench into that. So it's hard for me to keep creating channels, but there's no incentive to create the channels because it's just going to be free work. All right. And it's just adding work on to something else and never being monetized. So, yeah. All right. So as long as I don't have the ability to monetize the channel, I won't do it. I won't keep posting content on other channels. I will, but then I won't. Shout out to our brother NGN, says, reminder for people who disagree with CGA in the live chats. He says, put your income and donations in there. I already read that one. NGN says there's a black millionaire that paid off an entire graduating college's class at the HBCU. The pro-blacks are irate because he was married to a white woman. This is strong evidence. That proves that sisters are not at the bottom. What? He says this is strong evidence that proves that sisters are not at the bottom. Money talks, BS walks, and their reputation precedes them. You mean they are or are not at the bottom? Please clear that up. All right, I'm quite confused. But yeah, that was, he was not a millionaire. He was a billionaire, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember his name, but yeah, that was a few years ago. And, you know, I reported on that back then, and that was crazy. I was, dude, mind boggled. This is what, you know, the community is really a ass backwards thinking place. They think ass backwards. And if you're, you know, I don't want you to be irate here, and I'm not trying to be racist, and I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm just going to let you know, yeah, it was Robert Smith. From the outside looking in, and from my life experience, whatever the community is saying, do the exact opposite, okay? From one black man to another, I'm going to tell you this right now. Unless something changes in this country, i.e. a black revolution, which is never going to happen, you guys will get drone torpedoed in 10 seconds. They'll cut off the fucking lights in the goddamn water, and it will be over. All right, but that's neither here nor there. You have no allies from another country. It would be a disaster. So there'll never be a revolution, and it will never be televised. All right, you will throw some bricks in the Wendy's, and that's it. All right, but whatever the community is talking about as a solution, whatever you do, young black men, do the exact opposite of whatever the fuck they're talking about. And I'm being nice. They are talking some garbly gook. All right, they got their head up their ass. All right, whatever they're talking about is a fucking utopian dream that ain't never gonna happen. And trust me, I've been listening to this shit for 40 years. 40 years. And not a damn thing has changed for the better with all of that bullshit they be talking with Marvin Gaye playing in the background. I'm just letting you know. They ain't never talking about anything beneficial to your personal finances. It's always a group collective communism. They are ass backwards solutionists. Okay, just as a man giving you a man advice, they are ass backwards in thinking. All right, now, if they had a world that was catered around their utopian dream, it would work. So if they took that shit to like Liberia, Haiti, if they took that shit somewhere else where that could manifest, they would think right. But the way they think is like you can drive on the wrong side of the road and be okay. We should be able to we should be able to drive on the wrong side of the road and survive. That's what the black community thinks. That's what their ideas sound like. All right. Anyway, just so you guys know, it is backwards ass thinking. So whatever you do, whatever they start sitting around talking about when ribs and barbecue start flying, just do the exact opposite. All right, just to let you know. And I've done that and have been quite successful. Quite successful. It has worked amazingly. Nick, let me see here. Nick X says the NWO is in the building. Shout out to you, man. He says, shout out to you and the Coach Gang. Best chat on YouTube. Enjoy the live chat, all right? And be nice in there. We're being nice. And shout out to NGN says I made a typo. A black billionaire, not a millionaire. Millionaire was Robert Smith. And he did it to, I think, Morehouse College. But they were like, we're not going to take his money because he's married to a white woman. I'm like,
hey, where are the white women at?
I'm like, you're literally You're literally criticizing this man for paying off the student loans of many young black men. But he's married to a white woman, so no go. I'm like, man, hustling backwards. Lamont J says B-dubs are last and they deserve to be. Even the ones that aren't technically strags are influenced by strags. Pride and ego can be the enemy to anyone. But the American B-dub are somehow the most egotistical humans on earth right now. Well, that's our experience because we're here with them. But I think it was a woman, Six the Goddess. She looks like Six the Goddess. And she was talking about that. Hopefully I can find the clip of her talking about this. And this is going to explain kind of where I side on this argument. Joshua Moon says, bored up ninja scrambling and scraping for shit. Hey, man, please, with all caps, please, I'm trying to be nice. No all caps. You're going to get sniped and then you're going to complain about it. Please don't speak in all caps because it's unfair to everybody else. Otherwise, everybody else is going to want their comment seen and they're going to type in all caps. All right, so then the chat is going to look absolutely disgraceful. So please make your argument without all caps. All right, I'm being nice today. Am I being nice? I'm in a good mood. I Need Money says it was all an XY school, a man's school. So they was mad that he paid. So are you suggesting that because they were men that people threw shade on Robert Smith because he was married to a white woman? So you're saying possibly that black women were mad that the brothers got their loans paid off? Is that what you're suggesting? That's an interesting suggestion. I've never thought about that suggestion. It's crazy, right? But you're suggesting that. I've never thought about that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. But that is interesting. Okay, so are you suggesting that if you went to Spelman and paid off their student loan debt, that it would have been okay? He was married to a white woman. They would have gave him a pass. But you're, wow. That is, I've never gave that a consideration, but that could be interesting. That could be possible. Highly possible. So wow, man, that's terrible. And our brother here, Caitlin says, what's up, coach? It's sad that men in the space can't get along well. To put minor disagreements aside in order to make the manosphere strong. We're constantly under attack by mainstream media, the feminists and simps, so we have to band together. Coach, you should be recognized like Myron and Pearl and like Kevin was. Well, or should I? All right, or should I? Sometimes you don't need that. It's nice. But, sometimes you don't need that. Because Pearl was used, and Pearl is, I know her personally as well. She means well. Don't get me wrong. She's a sweetheart at the end of the day. However, I think she was used. And I called it. I told her that when she was here. She was sitting right here with her feet out. And I told her, I was like, you're probably going to be used. Essentially, what's going to happen is, and I was correct. I'm Coach Stradamus. I was correct. All right, because she was well intent and she found a way to get the content out and she built an audience very swiftly and she was polarizing, and what she was saying was what men were saying for years, but she said it and everybody was giving her attention, and black men definitely were attracted to her. Here's the problem. I said she's going to be used because she can easily be extinguished, all right, because what she's saying is kind of like what I was saying about 25-year-old men arguing against me. Your argument is theory. Pearl's argument was theory. It wasn't practical. It wasn't experienced. So when it's not experienced, it's hard for you to counter objections. So she's saying, men are in love, women are in business. But she doesn't have that as an experience. So people can see that she would be easily extinguished. So they would invite her to all the TV shows and they would put her and showcase her. She was placed up front. And that's where she was placed up front, and that's how you extinguish the manosphere. So they took advantage of her lack of experience, her lack of having a swinging dick, and her lack of countering objections. She's just speaking theoretically. She's just thinking and speaking for men, but the industry doesn't do that. They just basically take her and they make her the poster child, And then boom, what happens is she can easily be put down. And I think Myron is similar. He is not a very experienced person when it comes to dating women, relationships, marriage. It is pretty proven that he's not very experienced. So it's easy to extinguish him. So they make him the poster child. So as you're saying, I should be recognized as such. I will never be recognized because I'm not easy to extinguish. Right? People can look at me and say, that's a handsome, chocolated, milk dud head ass nigga. He obviously can get women. Now, men have tried to do that and use that as a talking point. That's not going to work. All right. You know, I get women and I don't have a problem there. Oh, he obviously is not an incel or a virgin. He's married with children. He obviously knows what he's talking about when it comes to divorce. He's been divorced. He obviously knows what he's talking about. He has women in his life, a mother, sisters, and I have nieces and cousins, and I work with women all my life. I'm not easy to extinguish. So that's why they'll never make me the poster child. They'll never make me up to that level. Kevin, they targeted similarly. He appeared to be feminine. He appeared to be gay. So that's why they tried to easily extinguish him. And they misjudged him. All right. They miscalculated on Kevin. Andrew Tate, easy to extinguish because he has character flaws. So that's why I'll never rise up. And Andrew Tate got famous because he used the social media algorithm to gain a following, mostly of middle schoolers and high schoolers. Okay, so I'm not as easily to extinguish because boom. All right. Okay. They saw me debate a couple of people and it worked in my favor. Even the people who agreed with the opponent, they said that person got slandered. All right. By CGA. So that's why you don't see people normally using me as a point to extinguish me, because I can come back and counter them quickly. And any of these shame tactics cannot be used against me. It can be used against Pearl. It can be used against Myron. It can be used. They tried to use it against Kevin, and it certainly can be used against Andrew Tate because he has a criminal record and he has saying outlandish shit that can easily discredit him. Me, on the other hand, not so much. So they'll never have me up there. All right. They'll just completely ignore me over here. Okay, this nigga right. We just going to leave him alone. Just going to leave him alone. All right. So anyway, that's why I'll never be up front in the forefront. And not only just me, a lot of men in this space will never be that guy. Even though you want to be that guy, you'll never be that guy because you're credible. Because they like, okay, this nigga know what he talking about. He been there. He experienced it. He's seen it. He had the data. I'm thorough with my data. I can argue effectively. I can counter objections. No, they'll never make me number one. They'll never put me up there and try to dissect my shit. All right, they'll try here and there, but they ain't going to make a whole goddamn, portrait of videos of doing it. Plus, I have an audience that will say so too and vouch for me. Anyway, man, look, let's get into it. Straggle in Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle in Sniggle Theater. All right, let's have some fun. I'm in a good mood. Congratulations to this couple right here. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Gilbert Arenas and Melly Monaco. YouTuber Melly Monaco out here getting married. All right, look at this. What do you think about this? Former NBA player, Agent Zero. All right, and sometimes sports podcaster and manosphere talking point, strip minor, but he has great experience and definitely is an admitted trick. All right, shout out to him. I like that, sir. All right, tell the truth about what these NBA players are doing. All right, what do you think about this one right here? Do you think this is a win? All right, or do you think this is a L? All right, oh no. All right, look, hey. Oh, the humanity. Hey, bro, why? Hey, Gil, why, bro? Like, why? What we doing, man? I mean, you could have piped this down a couple times and been done with this shit. Like, what? Why you getting married? What? You lonely? All right, this ninja need a girl who's his, all his. Is this your MK Ultra handler?
New world order.
Is this your light-skinned funny face? She's got a pretty face. All right, that's definitely, she got a nice looking face there, but she ain't even young, bro. Like,
new world order.
Is she a single mammy too, Ninja? Oh my goodness, nigga. This about to be I'm gonna watch this one, man. I'm gonna be watching this one like car wreck, nigga. Hey, but congratulations, man. Hey, I don't want to throw no shade on Gilbert. I know he used to watch my show. All right, but I'm confused, my G. This Ninja on the clock. Set the clock, nigga. Oh, man. I don't think she likes Gilbert Arenas. I'm going to say this right now. I don't think she likes him. All right? There's no way she likes him. I don't even think she's even... Yeah, anyway. Melly, you want to speak for yourself here? She had a show called The Pineapple Show, so... This Ninja, Gil. All right, good luck, Gilbert Arenas. Hey, listen.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
I don't want to be a hater. I'm not a hater. Niggas gonna be like, you hating because he got a good marriage. He been married for 0.1 day. He been married for less than 24 hours. How am I hating on this good marriage? All right, but anyway, you jealous. You want Melly, but I don't want Melly. All right, she's not my type. Although she does have a face card. Her face card is giving. The rest of it, I can do without. All right, I can do without. And she's a little too old for me. Right? She's a little too old for me. All right, anyway, we got this on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got this woman out here calling out women for a smell, a sour smell in the bathroom out here. We're going to go ahead and clear that up. But listen to what this woman says right here. Why does the women's bathroom always smell sour?
Why does the women's bathroom smell so bad? These can't be the same girlies watching 304 TikTok. Y'all know all the tips and tricks, and it's still not adding up. Now I get it, you may have a day, but to go into a bathroom where it's sour, the bathroom smells tart, the smell consumes you to the point where you have to walk back out or you want to walk back out. Now we have to see our gyno.
Oh, no.
Now we have to drink some green juices and lay off the soda.
Jesus.
Now we have to make sure the man that we are laying down with is not laying down with 10 other people.
Oh, Jesus.
Because the pH balance is off and something is amok.
Oh.
So I want the ladies down below to drop some tips on how to correct odor down below.
Oh, Jesus.
I smell pussy.
All right, she smelled like the Seattle downtown fish market down there in Seattle downtown there. Yes, she said. I smell pussy. All right, goodness gracious, ma'am. She's like, we need to do something about this. Shout out to Ashley right here, Dalton right here, telling that there's a pungent smell, and we all smell it. I'll have to ask the ladies. You know they smell it, and they always try to say men smell. And men smell like a locker room. But young men, I'm going to tell you again, if you ever live with a woman, you're going to smell this smell. But most of you guys don't know what you're talking about. You never live with a woman. If you ever not had a woman sleep over for the weekend, if you never live with a woman, you're going to smell this smell. And it is a rotten smell. All right. In fact, we know what this smell is called here. Let's let these ladies tell you what it's called.
I go into a public bathroom, like at work or the gym, etc., and I can smell other women's vaginas.
Oh.
Don't deny. Oh, we do that
vaggy toilet smell. And I always get it in airport toilets. It's like that vaggy, warm
hot muff.
Hot muff.
It's a hot muff, isn't it?
Hot muff.
Hot muff.
Oh, hot.
It's hot.
Oh, no.
I smell pussy. Oh, the humanity.
Oh, my goodness. That doesn't sound attractive, man. That is a definitely Huff Muff. All right. What the fuck? This is all right. This is crazy.
What the hell? Oh, my God. No way.
It's a quite terrible smell, and then usually it's coming from the toilet. They tinkle and all that. It ain't even a dookie smell. It's like well, they're describing it. It ain't me, boy. They definitely, and they entertained out here. Look at her. She's smiling. It's a pungent smell. It's the definite here.
It's like hot muff. It's hot box in the public toilets.
Oh.
hot muff. Went to the cinema the other week.
Yeah,
Definitely
hot muff
smelled
smell.
hot muff in the labs.
Anyway, she says, I sometimes smell my own whilst on the toilet, so I can't smell anyone else's because the smell of another woman's vag really makes me gag.
me.
Do you smell your vag then?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
do.
Yes, I do make sure
And
I
when I've
concentrate.
experienced a bit of hoff, I try and waff my hoff to see if my hoff has got the waff.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo. Oh, my goodness gracious. They got me cracking up, bro.
Did you eat that cat?
Oh, my goodness. They got me cracking up like a motherfucker, man. And look, you can't say this is misogyny, all right, because even they talking about it, boy. They cracking themselves up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my Lord. Jesus is crazy, man. This world is bad. Oh, my goodness. All right. But anyway, brothers, yes, it is that. All right. Anyway, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have this right here. Apparently something's going on here. This brother wants to say something. Let me see where we go right here. Let's see here. Okay.
Oh, the world changed.
All right, here we go right here. This guy has something to say. Wait, hold on for a second. Let's see what he says. This is Pookie. Pookie has something to say here. All right, Pookie, take it from here.
When niggas be like, ooh, she bad and she ain't showing no ass. Nigga, I remember when it used to be like, nigga, it's too freaked out now. Nigga used to be like, ooh, she showing that. Ooh, that ass. Fake. You know what I'm saying? Nigga get to going crazy, all type of shit. Now it's like, ooh, and she bad. She ain't showing nobody no. Cuz, something wrong with that. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that. Man, it's too freaked out, bitch. I remember I used to think I was a freak until now. I get on this bit. Nigga, I remember I used to be so happy to see somebody twerking on Instagram when I was younger. I used to be like, oh, look, y'all, she on this bitch twerking on her spam. Now, god damn, when this bitch is gonna go in the house? I don't even know you and I want you to go in the house, bitch. You outside too much. You outside this much? God.
What that mean?
Anybody know?
What that mean?
I don't know what he's talking about. Anybody know what he's talking about? Can anybody translate what he's saying here? I picked up a couple of context clues. He apparently is saying he used to like when women, this is what I think he's saying, all right? I think he's saying he used to like when women dress scantily clad, but now when he sees women dress scantily clad, he wishes they didn't, all right? But I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. All right, for at least 35 to 40 seconds, all right? Anybody know what he was talking about? All right? I got a mustache hair tickling my nose right in the middle of my live stream. All right, but anybody? I'm confused. Is that what he said? He was saying, let's hear it again. Let's just hear the bit again. I don't know what he was talking about for.
You know the world changed when niggas be like, ooh, she bad and she ain't showing no ass. Nigga, I remember when it used to be like, nigga, it's too freaked out now. Nigga used to be like, ooh, she showing that. Ooh, that ass. Fake. You know what I'm saying? Nigga get to going crazy, all type of shit. Now it's like, ooh, and she bad. She ain't showing nobody no. Cuz, something wrong with that. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that. Man, it's too freaked out, bitch. I remember I used to think I was a freak until now. I get on this bit. Nigga, I remember I used to be so happy to see somebody twerking on Instagram when I was.
I don't know. I couldn't get most of it. I'm just trying to I'm trying to keep up with what he's talking about. I think I agree with him. All right, we'll go on to the next one since that was very tough to communicate. Is that Atlanta? All right. Is that Atlanta? That definitely is Atlanta for you right here. All right, we have this couple here. They're talking about communication. All right, communication. They have a communication issue, and all couples are told that if they communicate better, possibly they will have less issues. Let's go ahead and confirm this real quick.
Hell no. Y'all see this, right? Y'all see this shit. give a fuck about nothing because if she cannot take care of that child, she need to give the child up. She needs to give the child up. If she can't take care of the child, she needs to give the child up because my household is like.
It ain't like I do this all the fucking time, man. And why the fuck you even went through my fucking phone?
I didn't take it one time.
Why you went through my fucking phone? This is my fucking privacy.
No, it ain't.
Just the fuck it is, man.
When you married, ain't no fucking privacy.
You ain't had no business going through my fucking phone, man.
And I'm glad I did
That's
get your
bullshit,
mama's birthday
man.
because that was the code. But let me tell you something. You tried me for the last fucking time.
Yeah, what the fuck ever, man.
What do you think that was? Let me tell you something. What kind of world are you living in?
Whatever, man.
What
Y'all see this shit,
No,
right? This
what man?
bullshit, man.
What man pays another person's bills?
What that mean?
Can anybody figure out what the hell they're talking about? Like,
hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
What's happening here? Anybody know? Does anybody know what's happening? I'm trying to keep the story straight. They done went to 5 different stories. It sounds like she's upset about something, and he's upset about something, and they're trying to figure out what's going on here. Does anybody know? Martin, is there a possibility that you might know what's going on? I'm thoroughly confused as to what they were communicating about. All right, there was definitely several problems in an argument. This is why we tell you guys, stop arguing with women. This is a horrible demonstration of why people get pissed off because they're now they were having a good time for a few days, but now they have problems and now they're communicating it all in one argument, right? All in one argument. But I believe what she's saying is that he's paying the bills and child support for another woman. This is basically the MRA conversation. She appears to be the second wife or the third wife. The income is going outside of the house. So this explains the MRA, the men's rights movement, the men's rights advocate, if you will. So she's upset that he's paying the bills for the other woman in child support. Now, this is where the oxymoron comes in, because if she was the baby mama, she will want child support. But because she's the second wife, she's against child support. All of a sudden, she's against child support. Why are you paying child support that's going to paying bills? And why are you supporting your baby mama when that money could be in the house? So that's what it sounds like. All right. But if she was the baby mama herself, she would be an advocate for child support. Obviously, now the irony of, hey, when the rabbit got the gun, ain't so much fun, right? It ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun. So the rabbit has the gun now, and she's under pressure. And probably some of her income is going to support the previous woman. So, yeah, man, it is crazy. All right, it is crazy. It sounds like that's what the case is. He's paying child support. All right, it says right here. It says right here. This is what this woman says. She's not just upset about the money. She's upset about the principle because he claims he moved on, but still taking care of his baby mom. Child support is good enough because it's for the child, not for the entire household worth of bills. Like, this is the irony of this. The irony, I mean, literally, the rabbit has the gun. So these women are complaining that the man that they are in a relationship with is supporting the other woman via child support or any, like, he's being a good dad. He's being the husband or the baby daddy that every woman tells you to be. Well, child support just ain't enough sometimes. Sometimes you need to pay the bills, the housing bill, the light bill, the internet. But when the woman is being victimized by this particular mindset, they're against child support. Well, just pay child support, but not our entire bills. Like, it's interesting. Isn't that interesting? You're seeing that happen, play out right in front of you. They're now against the man going above and beyond to support his child's mother, which, let me just tell you, I'm against it too. But let's be honest about it. Are we against it? Because are we only against it? Are the women only against it because it affects their bottom line? When it starts affecting their bottom line as the second wife or the, you married the baby daddy, now all of a sudden they're like, he shouldn't be paying all the bills. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. And of course she's insecure and she walking around with that goddamn bonnet on her head. And she loud and obnoxious. Like, who wants relationships like this? There are people, and look at, she got a muumuu on, a bonnet. Like, ma'am, That's why he's cheating on you, by the way.
But let his own household get laughed.
All right, there it is. How are you paying child support on the other house, but we're struggling over here? Bottom line. Hey, it's always the bottom line. Money talks, bullshit walks. At the end of the day, it's about the bottom line. It's about the money. All right, so it's interesting that she disagrees with him supporting another woman via child support. Or even saying, hey, she's struggling, so I'm going to help pay the bills, which I'm against as well. I don't want anybody to have to do that. But, of course, we allow it. Women defend it, but when it affects me, I don't like it. When it hits my backyard, I don't like it, okay? That is crazy. Isn't that crazy to see? Man, this is the evil world we live in. All right, we got this on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have Too Much Cologne, man. Gentlemen, we need fathers. This guy right here is going to show you how to apply cologne successfully.
First one, cologne.
Oh, the humanity. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Then.
Oh, no.
2.
Bro, that's too much. Oh, man.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, you gonna have
3.
3? Oh, this ninja, the TMCM. What? Oh, my.
You want to get everything, too.
Everything. You putting it on the clothes. You're supposed to. Oh, my goodness. It's on the clothes, sir.
Then after that?
After that, oh, my
4.
goodness. You're putting it on the clothes. Your clothes are going to smell like cologne. You're still going to be musty under there. All right, what is this going on here? Oh, my. It's on the T-shirt. Jesus. We need fathers out here.
After that, you smelling good.
Oh.
Okay. 1.
All right, you smelling good after that. I think that's not going to help you out, sir. That's just.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
Men, do not follow this man's advice. All right, this is too much cologne, bro. And it's not even on his skin. It's like even it's not mixing in with his pheromones. He's putting it on that dirty ass shirt. Wowzers. All right, maybe his father told him. All right, we have a quick video here of Mark Zuckerberg. New world order. Apparently, he's doing some eye investigation on one Lauren Sanchez. And if you don't know who Lauren Sanchez is, she is the fiance of Jeff Bezos. All right, and so Jeff Bezos' picture right here with his, it's not a milk dud. It just, well, never mind. But Jeff Bezos is sitting there next to Lauren Sanchez. She can't really see her face. Mark Zuckerberg is seated right on her other side right here. Let's take a look at how Mark Zuckerberg is responding to Lauren Sanchez. And oh no.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, hey, what is going on? What are you up?
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir, brother.
Everybody's starving. Oh, he tried to look at them bodacious tatas. All right, he like old milky titties. All right, he like them old breast implants out there. Hey, you got.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, man, hey, look, Mark Zuckerberg trying to look at that. Look, up.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, you got caught, ninja, red-handed. All right, look at him. He trying to look. He got that sneaky look, too. You know, when ninjas tuck their chin in, they trying to act like they ain't looking, but they trying to catch that. That's nigga. All right, he trying to put his hands on some hips. All right, damn, he like, look at them big toddies. All right, look at your ass. You got caught out here.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, damn, he got I understand what's happening. He has an Asian girl. His girl is Asian, so she got raisin titties. All right, and I'm not mad at raisin titties. I like raisin titties. All right, I like them. Asian girls, bring them raisin titties over here. All right, but he sees some big, he like, oh, she got some bodacious tatas. All right, look at this. I ain't seen titties this big in a minute. All right, he a big trick. All right, so, when your girlfriend, let me go ahead and pull it up here. I know this segment could get a little bit long. Let me see if I can pull it up here. And is this his wife? Oh yeah, he got caught red-handed. The media on his neck right there. So this is his Ling Ling. This is his Ling Ling girlfriend. All right, her titties ain't too right. That must be all bra pad. That's all bra pad right there. Don't get it twisted. She got them raisin titties too, bro. She got them razor titties. I mean, that's a bra pad. Don't think she got a big rack, all right? But that Lauren Sanchez, all right there, that nigga got caught red-handed, all right? Look, let me see if I can catch his ass right there. Look at you, bruh. Hey.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, man. What you looking at down there, sir? Eyes up here, sir. All right, look at that, guys. You could have billions and billions of dollars. All right, you can have billions and billions of dollars, and you could be out here starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving. Yes, sir.
Don't get caught out here, man. You can have billions and billions of dollars and get caught out here. All right, shout out to that Ling Ling out there, yeah.
What kind of fuck you
And
give
Lauren
me?
Sanchez, shout out to her out here. You know, she an apex predator. You're looking a little pervy out here, sir. Let's correct that. Get it together. All right, did you guys see the national championship yesterday of the NCAA? Do they still call it that? Or college football playoff? Ohio State's, boy, they came on fast. Pause. All right, Ohio State wins, beats Notre Dame, dominates them for the most part. Notre Dame tried to come back late, but it was futile. But Ohio State wins the national championship. Shout out to them. Very dominant team. Apparently here in the Dome Stadium, they put a woman in charge. You know, this is a woman's job. All right, we could give Sally a job. Here, Kaylee. Kaylee, we'll give you a job. Why don't you take the coach and a couple of these players over to the podium section so they can do their post-game interview? All right, so Kaylee got a little DEI job. Let's see how it worked out for her.
Ryan J., you deserve it, brother. Thank you. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, no. Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Everybody okay? Everybody okay?
Look at that. Oh, Kaylee. Look at this, man. Kaylee, you had one job. Now you looking like Austin Powers and shit in the tunnel. Now you looking like Austin Powers and shit. Bruh, you had one job. How you run into the... And how you ruin the act? Look at this shit, bro. Hold on for a second. Let me zoom in on this shit. Kaylee, man. Women, and bro. Hey, women. You had one job. And you done folded up the golf cart's axle. Oh, my, look. Ladies, man. Come on, man. Let the men do the work, please. Just stay off to the side. Look at her. She got men making millions of dollars in there. She about to put their life at risk in a golf cart. All right. Now she can't even get, look at her. She tried to, oh, look at this. She done almost got the coach leg cut off. She got the starting quarterback and the receiver. She got NFL draft picks. These men got $1 million insurance policies. I mean, come on, man. We need policies for you to drive a cart. And look at her. And let me show you something, man. I'm going to point this out. All right. There she is. Oopsies. Whoops. This is how they live their life. Oops. I hope I didn't do anything wrong here. Yeah, you fucked everything up. It's okay. We'll fix it. Now watch who's the first one to abandon ship. Kaylee. Look at her. Look. Oh, I messed it up. I can't fix it either. So somebody fix this. And she gone. So again, you know, like if you crash the shit, you got to fix the shit. She don't know how to do that. I can drive and then crash. Somebody help. Help. Whoops. Oopsies. All right. But Kaylee, you got to fix it. But what does she do? She runs off. Look. There she goes. She's gone, man. What? She ran away. Ma'am, you're supposed to fix it. You can't just crash the cart and then leave. Look, there's the receiver. Is that the receiver? She left the receiver, the quarterback, the coach. Oh, y'all fix it. Fuck it. All right, this is crazy. Ladies, man, this is why we can't take you seriously all the time. I mean, this is why we just got to be like, they just want to be goofy. I can do the job. Trust me, I can do it. And then I'm going to be gone here at the first hint of danger. All right, is that it on Straggle Sniggle Theater? It is. Okay, that's it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Ladies, just be goofy. Oh, it's okay, Kaylee. We'll still give you a raise. She's going to come back in 2 months and ask for a raise. You pay him more money than me. Kaylee, we have to take the golf cart, $10,000 out of your salary. All right. But I need a raise. I need to get paid the same as him. We have the same job title. You done destroyed half the office and didn't fix. All right, anyway. We got almost 3,000 people in here, and you're waiting for the main event. And the main event's going to come up, but we're actually got a great show going on. It's brewing. But if you want to support, it is $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams, and that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And yes, you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Shout out to Macaroni Tony, 0 shaver ads, no alligators, no exposés, etc. CGA as thorough as they come. He says, you provide modern solutions, 100%. DJ Be Fit, the manosphere became that one chick who got here in the first place. Wait, he says right here, take the lessons you learn from it, take from what you need, apply them, and put that energy into a business. That was the original purpose of the manosphere. Shout out to our brother Macaroni Tony. I coach high school boys. That brother said she used to twerk on her spam account. The Gen Z folks use spam accounts to hide their whole activities. All right, that's what he said. They use their spam account. Man, shout out to you, man. Gen Z. Shout out to the Gen Z boys. All right, Ninja said get to the main event. Hey, I'm looking at my support and it's dry. So I'm going to keep talking till you motherfuckers pay your bills, motherfuckers. So I'm rich, bitch. All right. I'm looking at not a lot of support in my goddamn live chat. All right. I'm looking at the Cash App. Not much money in there. So guess what? I'm going to fuck around and do whatever I want. All right. Anyway. How about you put some money on it? How about you say $500, get to the main event, coach? You didn't do that. You came in here entitled. So guess what? You pissed me off. Why did you do that? I was just doing my show. But what I have to do now is slap a Mitch. So let's go. All right, there he is. I was doing well. I told you I was happy. But you came in here ordering me around with no money? That's not how life works, sir. Money talks, bullshit walks. I'm going to do my show. But you can leave, though. All right, I'm still happy. But I'm going to do the show I'm going to do since you are not donating. But if you would have paid me $500, maybe I would have said, hey, I'll consider getting to the main event as early as possible. That's just a suggestion. All right, but anyway, I'm just teaching you how to be a man. Money talks, bullshit walks, nigga. All right, so you're going to watch the show or you're going to leave. That's how it works. I do what I want when you niggas are not paying. All right. This is how it works, men. All right. So anyway, and apply that to women too. Shout out to our brother I Need Money says, hell yeah, I'm suggesting LOL, give me the buzzer. And you, sir, might have been right. He was suggesting that because the men got their loans paid off, the women were upset. Shout out to our brother, Professor Julius says, since ninjas ain't showing no love. See, even he knows. Even he says, since ninjas ain't showing love. Oh, shit, my headphones went out. Okay, I'm going to have to put that back in. But he said, since ninjas ain't showing no love, he's like, look, man, ninjas support what your interests are. But you don't get to order me around on my show. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brother, Thomas J. Says, for the gospel, keep preaching, coach. And we going to keep it preaching. We going to keep it preaching, man. We going to preach this message. All right. So, and let's get over to the PayPal and the Ko-Fis. Let's do it. We got our brother here, and it is, did I get him? I got him. Shout out to no government name. Another one says, longtime Patreon supporter, took a chance on YouTube, and now about to pass 4,000 subscribers on, and one of my YouTube shorts is close to hitting 5 million views. Shout out to you. Thanks to you and your Patreon for passing all the great knowledge to the group. You see that, man? You get information. All right. And shout out to you. Congratulations. Drop your YouTube channel. You can't put the link, but drop your YouTube channel so people can visit your channel. Congratulations, Castigator. And by the way, anything's possible. Castigator says, keep up the excellent work. And that is a co-sponsorship. Shout out to you.
I'm ready.
All right. My man says, when I chat, it doesn't give me a super chat option like other channels. He's new here. All right. He's new here. For the new people here, shout out to you. We have almost 3,000 people in here. For the new people, you might always miss my intro and you don't know who I am. I do have a little bit of time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Coach Reg Adams. I am the speaker of truth. I'm the king of kings, the king of content. I'm also many nicknames, more nicknames than anyone in the game. But I'm also the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. I've been demonetized 14 times. There is no super chat available, but I do post a link at the top of the chat where you can super chat away from the channel. All right. There's a link at the top of the live chat. I say this in the intro, but you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. I know.
New world order.
All right, there it is there. So just so you guys know, I've had several channels demonetized and re-demonetized. I'm the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. You will not see any super chat available on my channel. It's not available. Right? And it's been like that on this channel for 3 years. 3 years. I've been doing streams for 3 years on this channel. And on my previous channel, the Coach Greg Adams, I was doing streams for 6 or 7 years. And that channel is demonetized. So there is no super chat. I know there's a lot of new people. He said ninjas are slow. There's no super chat. All right. I'm the king of kings, but the king of demonetization as well. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. And I'm the whole fucking show. And I'm also every woman's fantasy. All right. But just so you guys know, you're not going to see a super chat on this fucking channel, and you'll never see one. Castigator, shout out to you for the co-sponsorship. Let me acknowledge him.
I'm ready.
Shout out to our brother, No Government Name. You are correct. I'm in BW is at the bottom of the dating and marriage dating pool. Let's not forget they are the least married and most divorced. I mean, we're going to just speak facts here. As a black Gen Z, I remember my mom telling me women are trifling, but BWs are the worst. They're classless a-holes for no reason. Anybody experience that? Mike Rashid is going ham right now. All right, he putting on his cape. TWP says, now that you bring up the community, I watched the interview between Shannon Sharpe and the guy who was racially profiled, and it was hard to watch. Turns out he's been to prison, he's a stepdaddy, and he wants to build a community for black people. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. And I want to show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride, ninja, and make it easier. Let the children's laughter find a way. I always forget that part of the lyrics. All right, but brothers, black men, whatever you do, I won't give you life advice on any other area of your life. You could be a simp, but whatever you do not save the black community. All right. Don't do it. It is a useless effort. In fact, let's just say you're successfully able to save the black community. You know what you're going to do? What's going to happen to you?
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
That's what's going to happen to you. Nipsey Hussle, Malcolm X, Martin Luther the King. You're going to get shot. All right.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop,
you're wasting your time.
Boom.
You're wasting your time. I'm older than Martin Luther King. Consider that shit. All right. I'm older than Malcolm X ever lived. All right. Them brothers will get shot the fuck down before 40. All right.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right. Yeah, we teach you to save yourself. All right. SYSBM. Tupac.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right. You're not going to, yeah. they're going to cut you off at the knees, or at least they're going to shoot you in the neck. All right. So don't do it. All right. I mean, unless you want to die and get a mural on the wall. I mean, if you just want a mural on the wall, go ahead.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right. But I'd rather live. I'm not trying to save them because it's a hard saving. It's not supposed to be saved. I'm just. All right. Anyway. All right. So, look, we're moving along, man. Shout out to UTWP. I love my chats. You know why I love my supporters? Because they also make for interesting conversation. Shout out to our brother here, Marvelous Tracks. Shout out to you. Hey, yo, it's Ace. I'm a few minutes behind on the stream, but I'm at the smell portion. He says, I had to tap out on a broad mid-stroke because of it. Sent to the Walgreens for some refresh. Came back he says, come back in a week, baby. Oh, the humanity. Yeah, man. Hey, dude. I was having a conversation about this, about the types of women who smell. And of course, if you tell people that, they're going to say anyway, I'm not going to get into that. We got our brother King Joe says, Coach spitting facts. Ninjas that don't support this man can't raise their heads without shame. He says, this man is like an uncle trying to save ninjas' lives, and there are still haters. Shaking my head. Free agent lifestyle for life. I'm literally, for people that are against me, I'm literally giving you life-saving information. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to save your life, but the information I'm giving you is literally giving you a peek into your own future. If you don't like that, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it is what it is. But if you ain't put no money on it, your job is to, well, I'll let them say it.
Shut your bitch ass up.
You don't get a voice in my channel. I don't know how the other channels operate, but if you do speak up and you say some dumb shit, I'm going to smack the shit out of you.
Silence, you fool.
That's why I call it the Mitch Slapper. All right? I'm the Mitch Slapper. If you constantly barking in my comment section and I don't recognize your name, I've never read a super chat, I never read a PayPal, or nigga, you do not have a voice. And we need to explain this to young men, because young men, you guys have always had phones and TikTok and microphones and podcasts. You guys always think you have a voice. And this is one of the problems where men want to take things back to tradition, but you don't realize in tradition, certain men could not say shit. There was a hierarchy amongst men. So number one, you don't have experience. You don't get to talk. You at the job site with no experience. You can't be like, well, practically, I have a theory. You better be able to show us practically before the older men would listen to you. Number two, you didn't serve in the military. You almost could not talk if you've never served in the military. You see what I mean? Like, bruh, you ain't did no push-ups. You ain't did no squats. You ain't put no pack on the back of your bag and hike 11 miles. You ain't bust a cap in the mix. You ain't bust a grape in the fruit fight. If you ain't ever knocked somebody the fuck out, you couldn't say nothing. You was getting a wedgie, a purple nurple. You would get smack punched in your teeth in the back of your throat. If you ain't never, you know what I mean, took a man's life in combat, you couldn't even say nothing. Now, listen, I'm not suggesting these days come back. What I'm suggesting is you young people got a loud mouth and no life behind a motherfucker. You ain't got nothing to stand on. You ain't got no bank account to stand on. Like, big bank take little bank. You rose in the ranks. You got the money. You get to talk. You ain't got no money. You get to shut the fuck up.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Like, niggas can't pass no fitness test, but they yapping and running their mouths. A whole bunch of Japanese. And you want women to go back tradition, but tradition also calls for a male hierarchy. You ain't got no car, no house. You ain't bought no house or no real estate. Guess what you get to do?
Shut up!
You don't get to talk. You don't get to talk. You don't get to even sit at the table. You get to sit at the little kids' table. You get to sit at the little kids' table. We need to bring that shit back. When the family get together, they like, okay, you're unmarried. You ain't doing shit with your life. Nigga, you at the little kids table still, 25 years old at the little kid table. Like, this is, if you want tradition to come back, that comes back with tradition. That's the patriarch right there. That's what women are complaining about. But bitch ninjas that never done shit with their life, and I'm sitting over here with stripes and scars. I'm sitting here with motherfucking stripes and scars. And you want to run your mouth and don't put no money on it, nigga.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Your opinion is null and void until you put something on it. Slap me, beat me up, knock me out. You know what I mean? Show and prove. Show your work. Show your receipts. Put something on it. These things mean something. These things mean something. Volunteer. Show me. Y'all don't got shit to show for it, but running your mouth and sitting over there with Fruit of the Loom briefs on right now. I mean, we got to stop the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? He says rude renters at that. Like, men do not understand. On my channel, I run it masculine. And by the way, I'm not an alpha channel. I'm a masculine channel. And we stick to the principles of masculinity. It's big bank, take little bank around here. We have a ranking system. We have a preferential treatment order. Like, we have an order of who can talk and who cannot. If you want to run your mouth, nigga, you get smacked the fuck up. All right, if you ain't got some shit on it. And it reminds me of when Death Row, yeah, there's levels to this shit. When Death Row had their rap label and dudes would come in, I want to rap. And they would be like, man, get on out of here, bud. You can't rap. You know what I mean? Don't bother us. We ain't got no time. And dudes will be like, nah, I really can rap. I can rap better than Snoop Doggy. All right, and so what they'll do. So they say, okay, go on up there and rap then. Show us what you can do. And if they started off whack, at Death Row Records, they will beat your ass. Now, I'm not saying this is what we should do. However, that's called putting skin in the game. Gentlemen, listen, that's called putting skin in the game. And I have to teach these men. When you talk, you have to put skin in the game. Receipt, you have to show proof, you have to be accurate. So if you're not accurate, you lose. So if you don't show receipts, you lose the argument. If you don't show and prove, you lose the argument. If you're not good, you lose the argument. I'm good, so I get to continue to speak, and I get to continue to get support, and I get to continue in the male hierarchy. You, on the other hand, when you ain't good, when you don't show and prove, when you don't put skin in the game, you get fucked up out here. There's consequences to running your mouth and not showing something. There's consequences. You don't get to just come in here and talk, and when you wrong, sit back and bitch in the comment section. You got to put skin in the game. So if you wrong over here, we whoop your ass. If you speaking out of turn without putting something on it, we whoop your ass. That's what we do over here, but it's all verbally. It's all verbally. You don't get to just talk over here. You think you can, but you can't. All right? You think you can, but you can't. And if you come in here with your $2 and $5, man, I ain't saying shit to you, bruh. Put something on it if you want me to do something. Now, that's why the world was a better place. We need to make America great again. All right, that's what we need to do.
Look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest?
Let's make this great again.
You know what I'm talking about?
Let's make America great again. All right, you don't get to just talk. And these young brothers think they can just talk. And this is what Gen Z do when they talking. They always talking like this, you know what I mean? All right, stepping like this. You know, them ninjas just talking and they ain't did shit in life. But I deserve some free pussy, ass ninjas. We don't tell me you get free pussy and you a bitch ass ninja. No, you don't. You don't get no free punani.
Shut your bitch ass up.
You don't get no free punani around here. You got to pay. Yeah, but they should be able to give it. They gave it to Pookie for free. Well, Pookie just shot 3 people in the neighborhood. She's probably scared or she's aroused. She gave him punani. You, on the other hand, did nothing. You have a recessed chin. Your nose is bigger than your face. All right. All right, anyway. Your lips are all burnt from smoking out. Your lips are black and purple, not pink. You have plaque in your teeth. You haven't seen the dentist in 5 years, and you're talking about getting some free pussy. How about you get your life together first? How about you get your life together first before you think about getting some sex? Sex is not an entitlement. You're not entitled to women's vaginas. You don't own them. You're not entitled to any pussy out here. So if you don't have your life together, you'll probably least likely not get any pussy. I mean, it's pretty simple. Or you'll have to pay for something. But paying's not bad. All right? You're paying anyway. All right? You don't even have life insurance. Niggas don't have life insurance, health insurance, and they're running around here talking about they're entitled to free punani. No, you're not. You get none punani. None. Zero. You get zero punani. Niggas gonna have gas in their car and want some punani out here. Put some gas in your car. How about wash the fucking windshield when you get to the gas station? Change the oil in your car. All right, anyway. Change the tire when it's flat. Put some air in the tire, nigga. All right, but these women should be doing this and they should be doing that. But when the air is not in the tire, you don't know how to put air in the tire and shit. Like, bro, we can't do this. We can't let these bitch-ass ninjas go along in life thinking that they get punani for moral reasons. All right, morally, I should be able to have sex and intimacy and what does they call it? I can't remember what they call it. Women should have passion. They should give me passionate sex because I'm a man. Nope. Do you know how to drive a stick shift? You don't. No pussy. You can't even drive a stick shift. You can't even operate a manual transmission on a tractor, a motorcycle, or a car. No pussy. It's pretty simple. You get zero. And that's how it used to be. Guys, you realize that's how it used to be. He said niggas can't fight, can't wrestle, grapple, nothing. No pussy for you. Burning desire. Yeah, burning desire. I want burning desire. All right. I want her to like it when I penetrate her. No pussy for you, sir. Can't check your oil in the engine. Zip. These niggas is coming to the table with nothing and come on the internet complaining. You ain't got AAA. Zip. All right. What are we doing? You ain't got no extra gas can. You ain't got a hammer and a screwdriver or a wrench. No socket. Somebody just said that. No socket wrench. These ninjas don't got nothing out here and want some pussy. How about you go to fucking Pep Boys and then get some goddamn tools? All right, get a toolbox. How about you operate and organize a toolbox before you come on the internet telling women what they need to do? All right, you made me do this. You made me do this. You made me do this. Do you got measuring tape? Do you got one of them measuring tapes where it goes like that? Do you got that? You don't have that. Okay. No vagina. Right. You get zero vagina out here, bruh. Women don't have to lay on their back for you. I have a degree in the education. Shut up. Shut up. All right. These Mitches, man, I swear to God. You use a butter knife for a screwdriver. No pussy. You don't get to have vagina. You don't get burning desire from a woman. All right. It's crazy, man. But what the entitlement, the sheer entitlement of these men out here. Can you cook 5 meals? No punani. You can't cook 5 meals for survival. You get no vagina. Smoke detector just beep. I should get punani. Beep. No pussy, sir. All right. No woman will cock her legs open for you. And you still live at your mama's house. Odds are you will get less vagina. All right. You're going to get very little vagina. You can get some, or you're going to get very little vagina. As you age, the vagina will decrease rapidly if you still live with your mother. I mean, the rapid decrease of vagina. They'll let you get some at 21, maybe 22. Once you hit 23 to 30 and you still live with your mom, vagina will be limited to you. It will be rationed out at best, or you better go buy some on Figueroa, Harry Hines, Aurora. You better go buy some vagina because you ain't getting none in the house. Can't do 100 push-ups within 2 to 3 sets. Vagina will be limited to you. It will be limited. All right. Let me get back to the show here because some of these men have to know. The great one says, for your next Patreon, can you please make a video? Best way to find IT remote jobs. Hey, that was a brother out here that can speak on that. All right. And he says, best IT certs or courses that you can learn from. This is a great suggestion, by the way. How to find a headhunter and also who to hire to build your resume. Shout out to the great one there. That is a very, very great chat. And it gets us back to the subject matter. Shout out to my Patreon crew. And we got a couple more, and then I'll get back to it. Major League says the reason Michelle Obama didn't attend Trump's inauguration was because he wanted to be goofy. That's a huge blemish on wifing B-dubs across America. In fact, as I said, for people who would disagree, if any, you guys, the black marriage rate will plummet if Barack and Michelle get divorced. There will be no reason to marry a B-dub at that point. You're cooked. You know why? People are going to say that's not true. They were often held as the standard for black love. So you can't have it both ways. So if they were the standard, I want to be Barack and Michelle. Didn't some rapper make a song about this? I want to be like Jada and Will. I want to be like, there was another couple, Beyonce and Jay. These were the standard for relationships. People targeted. They wanted to be that. All right. Now, if that gets destroyed, good luck. All right, good luck. It's going to be uphill battle to ever have a black woman consider you as a leader. This ninja was the leader of the free world. And she left him swinging on a fucking rope. You know what I mean? Nope. Like, the leader of the free world. Like, he was the most powerful man elected in the world. If you guys realize, as the president of the United States, you're seen as the leader of the world. It's changed a little bit these days. Donald Trump's bringing that back. He's the leader of the free world, and his wife left him fucking hanging. No good, man. That's not a good look. It's going to be harmful for you, and you work at Jiffy Lube, to ever get a woman to listen to you. All right. And last one says, Ronald C. says, Coach, thanks for the content. Appreciate you. Now, she has her reasons, but that's neither here nor there. Hey, man, an update here on Crime and Law CGA. Trust me, I'll get to all the super chats. An update on Crime and Law CGA. Remember this guy? If you didn't see the part of the show where I covered this guy, you will remember his face. This was the young man who drove up to the Bikini Coffee Bar, and he was exposing himself. I'm not going to show the video again. And he was in the SRT, and he deleted himself as to he was embarrassed because online it showed him doing this. I'm not going to show the video. Well, he had a wife and kids. In this picture, this is one of his kids, obviously, and this is them getting married. He went and deleted himself like a coward. But now we know why he probably was out here starving, because it's Tuesday. Dita. Now we know why this brother was out here starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Definitely don't need to go home and get none of that right there, bruh. And of course, light-skinned nigga, fat woman. All right. It's like a moth to a flame. Y'all got to kick this fat woman habit, man, just for a little bit. Just try it. I know you like it. It feels soft. You know, she feels like a fluffy cloud or a pillow. You know, you guys are scavengers, catfish of the dating marketplace. We're going to talk about B-dubs, but you ninjas is out here really be wiping up some fat women, man. Y'all, I mean, listen, you know, I might not have an attractive woman, but she definitely ain't going to be fat out here. Well, not all the time. Not outside, at least. Not outside. All right. Shout out to... Yeah, and it was a V6 Dodge Challenger. All right, so you know this ninja was out here struggling and scrambling.
I'm going to the streets.
Wrong sound effects. You know he was out here scrambling and scraping for shit.
Yeah, that brother's
He had a V6 Dodge Charger. All right, bruh. He was on struggle zone, bruh. Hey, man, get your life together. Oh, he can't. He dead. All right, he dead. All right, rest in peace, man. But hey, I ain't gonna feel sorry for you. All right, but is this your child? I don't think that's his kid either. Are you a stepdad? Okay, it makes it even worse. All right, I don't want to talk reckless about the dead here, but I don't think his life I don't think his life was together here, bro. Hey, man, as I've been trying to preach to you, get your life together. The secret to this shit, gentlemen, the free agent lifestyle is the message. I know you don't want to wait. You think you deserve punani. The secret to life as a man, unfortunately, as you don't want it to be, you got to get your life together first before you conquer the women. They're all using you for money, whether it's $5 or $5 million. Let that go. All right. You got to let that go. But you got to get your life together first. When your life is in shambles, you literally setting yourself back by the day. By the day. Listen to this lesson. If you didn't get a raise today, you're poorer tomorrow. Right? Like today, you didn't get a raise today. You literally have less money. Even though you made the same money today, you have less money today than you had yesterday. This is the same principle with men. If you didn't make an improvement today, you are set back. You didn't make an improvement. You're set back double today. You constantly have to be pushing forward. You have to get your life in order. It's not the same world that we lived in, where you could just work at the company or the plant for 35 years inhaling carcinogens, all right, and smoking packs of cigarette and get you a fat wife. No longer. Or get you a nice wife. No longer. That's the white American cookie cutter suburban dream. It was hard for everybody else. So don't think the cookie cutter dream applied to every baby boomer and silent generation person. You, on the other hand, today, you got to constantly be trying to get your life together before you come out here and date and marry. All right, because as a result, look, you know, he married his wonderful, big, obese wife, but guess what happened? He was out here starving still.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Young man, listen, hey, man, he probably was sex starved, or he wasn't sexually satisfied. She probably was a nice woman, or she is a nice woman, and he probably was a nice man. He just wanted some punani. He just wanted to see some young cootie cat, all right? That's all. He just wanted to see some young, in shape, fit, feminine cootie cat. He was tired of seeing her belly with stretch marks on it. And he got out here. He got exposed. And yeah, is that his kid? Is that his kid? Bro, man, it is what it is, man. Stop believing that dream that you can come out here and be a loser and win. All right, we got to have that. We got to have that tough conversation. Crime and Law CGA. Woman arrested after chasing down her boyfriend as he fled to the police station. She shot him in front of police officers. That led to a police chase. There's the woman out here. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
As Tommy Sotomayor would say, a hare-hatted hooligan. All right, apparently there's some audio here, so let's catch up on the case here. Here we go right here.
Well, a woman is behind bars because investigators say she shot her ex-boyfriend in Bel Air and then led police on a manhunt across the country. Now, that woman was arrested in Alabama on unrelated charges. Fox 26's Jade Fleury is live in Bel Air where those shots rang out.
Yeah, Choma Agood, who is originally from Georgia, is...
Oh, who is Jade Fleury out here? Okay, I see you out there. Is that a mulatto? Shout out to all the tragic mulattoes out here. I'm with you in spirit. All right, yeah, that's supposedly, well, let's continue here.
Accused of being bold enough to shoot her ex-boyfriend here in front of the Bel Air Police Department, but she was arrested nowhere near this location.
You got to be a complete straggle to shoot your boyfriend in front of the police department, and here's a lesson. Sometimes some people are so fucked up mentally, and as people, we don't realize. Americans, we're fucked up. Black Americans, you don't realize we're fucked up. Like, mentally, we're destroyed. All right, we're destroyed. Go to another country where there's black people there. They're not all fucked up in the head. All right, we're messed up. But you got to be crazy to be so enraged that you want to get revenge on your significant other or anybody, and you can't listen and get yourself back on track that you would shoot anybody but shoot your boyfriend, the person you like. Coach, she likes me. You would shoot him in front of the police station. You got to be crazy fucked up in the head. And a lot of straggles are fucked up in the head. They are, bruh. They're really messed up. Like, that's how far you're messed up. That you are just, you know, what do they call it? Blacking out. You're completely blacked out, tunnel vision, or ignorant, that you would shoot a person in front of the police department. Like, you are gone. And you're far too gone. Okay? You are not to be corrected. That's crazy. Somebody said it's a transformer. Oh, boy.
39-year-old Choma Agud arrested and accused of...
that body ain't a transformer body. That's a fat woman right there. That's a fat woman. All right, maybe not. I don't know. Alabama?
Shooting her ex-boyfriend outside of the Bel Air Police Department early Friday morning. Bel Air police say they received a call about a woman following a group of people in a Ford pickup truck. Inside of that truck was Agud's ex-boyfriend. To avoid a confrontation, the group of people drove to the police department, and as law enforcement arrived to the truck, they say Agud circled around to the passenger side and fired into the vehicle. Her ex-boyfriend shot and sent to the hospital. Officers shooting back, but Agud drove away. Hours later, police all the way in Alabama picked up on Agud's vehicle driving on Interstate 65. The Alabama law enforcement agency says that she led state troopers on a chase before being arrested near the city of Pine Level.
Alabama.
She was booked in the Montgomery County Jail on a felony of attempting to elude charge. She also faces charges of aggravated assault of a family member with a gun and aggravated assault of a police officer.
Oh, man, she was okay. She was on one. She was on one.
For the shooting in Bel Air.
All right, there you go right there. Rest in peace to everybody, man. Be careful out here what you out here penetrating. People are saying she's a transformer. She, he. All right. She. All right, what's she? She, he. Oh, go on, girl. All right, here we go right here. We have a last one on Crime and Law CGA, and we are progressing and matriculating the ball downfield on this show. We have a woman that was discriminated against because an Uber driver canceled her ride. We're going to find out why the Uber driver canceled the ride.
What?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What? For what? What you saying?
Yeah, I got no space. My car is small.
I can fit in this car.
No, believe me, you can.
Yes, I can.
Believe me. So, I'm sorry.
What I'm gonna do about my money?
I'm gonna cancel you. You're not gonna be charged.
So you telling me I can't get in a lift because I can't fit in your car?
Yeah, you need to order a bigger car.
What makes you think I can't fit in the car?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What makes you think I can't fit in this car?
Because the car is small in the back.
My best friend has a Benz that's newer than this that I can fit in. That's the same size.
She sound out of breath already, just arguing. I can't wait to see what she looked like here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't.
So you really telling me?
Yes.
I'm too big to get in your car.
Yes.
So I gotta order another lift.
That's easy. That's what he said. All right. Are you blind? Are you deaf? That's what he said. And that's definitely a 4-cylinder. So I already know. And you already out of breath to even argue with the guy.
And to be more specific with you, I got very tired tires.
Oh my goodness. You got tired tires. Oh no. What's with the tires?
Big bag.
Hey, this is discrimination. Hey, you don't have to explain.
What I got to do with your tires?
Yeah, and you have no space.
How you know I don't have no space?
Yeah, I got no space in the back.
How do you know I don't have no space?
Ma'am, see, when we get to this last conversation in the main event, she ain't listening. It's pretty simple. Guys, don't argue with these people. Just go away. All right, this person obviously don't want to listen. Well, somebody did send me the video just now, the person in question here. Let's take a look at the individual who could not fit in the back. He said you need to order an Uber Black. You need to get your own personal vehicle. Let's take a look at the person in question here. We have her on the screen. There she is right there. This is the person that the guy said you could not fit in the car. Oh, no.
Oh, the humanity.
Yes, this is her. And listen, this is I just can't even.
Big back, big back.
Oh.
Big back, big back.
Your body is melting off of your kneecaps. Your body is melting, and there's ninjas out here starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, brothers are in heaven right now. This is the person here, and why are you dressing like this? I mean, we are done out here.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
And I'm not even lying. This is the individual that's breathing heavily in the car. I mean, outside of the car. This is the person that suggested that she could get in the vehicle. All right. All right, what is this, right? All right, that's the individual that said she could fit in the car. You're going to need a crane, ma'am. You're going to need a crane. And ninjas is right now, the nasty boys are going crazy.
Oh, that's nasty.
All right, look at that, man. And there are two type of people. All right, shout out to there's two type of people. Those who tuck their stomach in their pants and those who let it hang out, you know. Shout out to 3-6 Mafia. All right, she's a tuck in the stomach, in the pants. All right, she's the type to tuck her stomach into the pants. All right, but some of us just let it hang out. All right, this is crazy. All right, there's definitely a lot of muff huff going on in that toilet seat. All right, you got to do these. You got to be practical here. All right, this crazy crime. These criminals out here just out here committing.
Straight jacket.
It's a crime. It's a crime out here for you to hop in that car. Jesus. All right, man, we got to eat. It's terror. And his tires were tired. His tires were tired. All right. He was like, my tires ain't going to make it, ma'am. All right. They already goddamn the treads are showing. We got a great show. All right. Don't want to get too far behind. So I must acknowledge the people who have contributed. You see, you get a voice. You get a voice. We got our brother here, and I can say his name. My donation to the realest. This is from Justin Age. He says, hope you young dudes listen up because coach's lessons are priceless. You previously said you were thinking of selling the R1. What bike are you looking for to replace it? It could be possibly a Triumph. I'm looking for a bobber, a simple bobber. And then after I get the bobber and get used to it, I probably would get into more of a cruiser, a larger Harley cruiser. So that's what I'm looking at. No more crotch rocket for me. H every day, he says, you got to power through the huff, wuff, and wolf punanis and cactus legs. If you want to be a man in this world, you boss up, ninjas.
Boss up, nigga.
I deserve a wonderful supermodel girl because Pookie has one. Ass ninjas. All right, this is crazy. All right, Triggerverse says, it's been a while, coach. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic 824, who is reviewing your Manosphere breakdown right now. Also, Economics Ethan, who covered you as well in a video about the free agent lifestyle. Shout out to Economics Ethan. This is the year of the coach gang. We here. All right, this is where I separate myself from the Goof Troop pack. All right. All right, and we going to be the wolf pack out here. All right, what are we doing here? Shout out to Clarence Troy. We love you, coach. Free agent lifestyle for life. If you don't see, these men are out here supporting me, and I have love. So the haters, you're going to need to pay up big for me to recognize you, man. Or at least believe what you say. No government name. I can't. Coach, I didn't realize how ignorant I was about STDs until a recent discussion about skin to skin STDs that condoms may not always prevent. I recall you stating a woman was honest about her status, but couldn't remember if you chose to deal with her. How do you stay safe in these streets with women who disclose or are unaware of their HSV2 status? Shout out to you. That's a co-sponsorship. That's a real question. All right. It's a real question, guys. Take your sexual health very seriously and don't think that some women aren't exposed. We give you the data of people who are exposed. STIs are running rampant in America. They even have super gonorrhea that are immune to the goddamn medicine. All right. But if you're having sex and you have multiple partners, even if you're wearing condoms, you should be testing at least 3 to 6 months. I test every 3 months because I'm out here active in these streets. All right. I'm in these streets. I mean, I'll be out here making 304s. All right. But the girls did 304s before I showed up. All right, so don't blame me. But every 3 to 6 months, and I revealed my test on the live streams. All right, since we talk a lot about sex and intimacy, and we talk about hitting and smashing, I've challenged content creators to show their age, their sexual status. So I've been doing this the last 6 months. Every 3 months I get tested. I let you guys know. Now, if I actually come up positive for something, I'm not going to tell you. But if you're having unprotected sex, you certainly should be getting tested. That's your responsibility. Now, if a woman is not, if you are being serious about someone, you should require them to get tested. But we don't do this as human beings in America. But if you want to get serious about a person, or if you're constantly going raw, require them to get tested and show the test. Okay, so that we know if someone contracts something, we know where it comes from. We can track it down. Then on that, to add to that, if someone is infected with something, you probably shouldn't deal with them. All right, because yeah, you're probably gonna catch it. Now, some people seem to be immune. Some people seem to be higher risk. Some people take higher risk sexually. I'm gonna tell you, do not trust any woman out here with their sexual health. Now, when you're in the moment, it's hard. Pause. So you're gonna want to go in there because that wet punani gonna be there. So even if she discloses her status, as I said, I've dealt with a woman that did that, and I backed away. I was like, never mind. It's not that important. But please be out here taking your health seriously. And also remember this, as he said, which is important. If you do not understand that condoms do not prevent all STIs, herpes, skin to skin, condoms don't prevent that. Condoms are not that effective against that. Number one. Number two, HPV. You can still catch HPV with a condom. Okay, so that's that. And then number three, people are not using condoms right. First of all, people are not using condoms. All right, I did a stream on this. They're not using condoms. All right, people are claiming they're using them, and they're probably only using them the first couple of times. Then, intimacy does happen over a period of time. So you got people putting their mouth in places well before there's protection. All right. So we acknowledge this over here. We don't just say, I'm going to just wear a condom. That doesn't prevent some things. And most of the intimate session, there's no protection the entire time. There's only protection around the penetration time, if you are using them, but most people don't. It's around 20 to 30% of people are using condoms continuously. Then it drops off crazy after 1 or 2 times. Like you're intimate with them 1 or 2 times and condoms completely drop off. And I'm not ridiculing people who go raw. Raw is great, but just understand what you're dealing with because there's consequences to this. So shout out to you for acknowledging that, for me teaching you these lessons. People say raw is the law. Yeah, man, it feels good when you raw. Jumping in there with a condom is like practice sex. It's simulated sex, okay? And I've said that before, okay? It's simulated sex. It ain't even actual sex, all right? You in there, like, just imagine yourself. You put yourself in a Ziploc bag and go swimming. How effective how much fun are you going to have in the water? You're simulating swimming. You're simulating swimming. That shit ain't fucking swimming. You ain't getting no water on you. You ain't getting no pussy. You ain't getting no chlorine on you. But you in the water in the bag floating and shit. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just being practical here. I'm just telling you the truth. All right, but. And by the way, we even disclosed that some women don't even count that as a sexual body. They're like, oh, that I don't count condom sex. I've been revealed that years ago when people were criticizing me, right? They've been criticizing me. And I was like, yo, a lot of people do not count condom sex as sex, especially women. Women don't count it. They tend to not count that as sex. So we've heard several women say that. Not all women believe that, but we've heard several women say that. Now, men, on the other hand, they almost always count that. But there are some women that don't count it at all. So they'll have 50 guys, but they wore condoms. She will not count it. Just think about this, brothers. Raw is not the law. Raw is war. All right. Hey, man, it's crazy. New world order. I heard a guy, a dating coach, one time say he sleeps with a lot of women. Then he says he's never had unprotected sex. I had to think about that shit for a minute. I was like, so he's a virgin. he's a virgin. He ain't had much sex. All right. Now, he's had practice sex. He simulated a lot of sex. But technically, he ain't felt no vagina on his dick. Nigga, what? You ain't had much sex. All right, anyway. But, hey, I'm glad you're out there practicing. Everybody practice safe sex out here. Practice safe sex. Wrap up your Jimmy. But listen, most people don't use condoms anyway. And you got to wrap it up the entire sex, or it doesn't count. Don't just wrap it up after she done slobbed on her and you done ate that cat and licked up all this.
Did you eat that cat?
Don't just throw it on the shield on the dick when you penetrate. That don't count. That's half practice sex. That's half safe sex. You got to put it on. You got to put it on and let her suck on the rubber. All right, lick some of that rubber and fucking lubrication off there. Get your dental dam. Right? Get your dental dam and all that. Yes, it's not fun, though. I know it sucks. Pause. Ladies, wear your condoms. You the ones running around here with the herp dirt between your legs. Most women, women are, this is another instruction. Listen, women are more likely to carry viruses sexually. They're more likely to catch infections, and not necessarily because of promiscuity. But promiscuity is a reason, but also anatomically, the way their anatomy is built, we can wash our dick off in the sink. We could just finish up and piss the AIDS out and wash our dick in the sink. Not them. They peacefully be just, they go to work and then you done shot up the club and she go back to work. She don't rinse it out and squashy it out. And she just sitting there just. They just can't rinse their shit off. Like, you know what I mean? It's just that.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
They gotta pee. They can't just piss the AIDS out. You know what I mean? Like, you could just be outside. As soon as you finish up, you just go in the backyard, piss. You know what I mean? It's just. So it's just sitting there stewing and boiling and simmering this shit just. So they got it all in there. It's all in there in the creases and the crevices. They can't just get in there. We could just take a rag and just be like.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
I'm just trying to drive home a point. Hey, I'm going to get back to the support. All right, because I got to make this show cruise. But there's lessons in the show. This is all the show, by the way. Don't think this is not part of the show. This is part of the show. All right, anyway. What are we doing here? All right, what do we got here? This woman, oh, by the way, this is a woman here. Listen to this, guys, right here. You guys, man, I always tell you, CGA is right.
It's an evil world we live in.
CGA is right. Listen to this. Remember, I was just talking about this. This woman's going to back up one of CGA's most critical points. Listen to this right here.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but you don't even like that, man. You're just bored. You need to get a hobby. You need to go to the gym. You need to start a business. You need to start a vision board. You need to start planning your 2025. You don't even like that, man, for you. You're just bored. You're just bored. You just need a dopamine hit. Go shopping. Scroll on social media. Get your dopamine hit somewhere else. Write a to-do list and check off the items on your to-do list to get a dopamine hit. You do not like this man like you think you like him. And two, you probably only like this man because you're emotionally unavailable and you think he likes you back, or you think he likes you back, but you don't know. And so that's the only reason why you like him. As soon as he really starts liking you, you won't like him no more. It's not real. The thoughts are not real. You don't really like him. Stop playing with yourself. Go get a hobby. Garden, collect stamps or coins or makeup or something. Collect something. But you really don't like this man, okay? I don't know who needs to hear this, but you need to hear this. You. I'm talking to you. You. Yes, you.
Hey, gentlemen, I know, and this is just one woman, but I try to tell y'all all the time. I try to tell y'all all the time, bro. You think this woman likes you? She goes home and wrestles in her head as to why does she really like you? Now, when she's with you, as she said, she's getting a dopamine hit. She's emotionally unavailable. She's filling a void, and you're paying attention to her. You're paying attention to her. But what I said, these women don't like you that much. Not how you think. All right, and just because just because a woman sleeps with you, that doesn't indicate anything in 2025. That doesn't indicate like or love. These women out here got sexual demons and they got addictions. They'll just cock their legs open. Like, it's the easiest thing she can accomplish in life. She can't drive a golf cart, but she can cock her legs open very easily. And she can get somebody to pipe her down just at need and at will. So that's that. That's number 5, 6, and 7. But gentlemen, men always resting their principles on women liking them. That's enough. That's a fleeting emotion. And then she goes home and then she wonders, why do I even like this guy? She's saying, get a hobby, AKA free agent lifestyle. She's like, hey, find some other interest, because what you're going to do is waste your time trying to convince yourself why you like this guy. I told men the other day, you depending on a woman liking you is one of the worst things you can depend on. It is a fleeting emotion. Most of the time, she's filling a void. Same thing, rebound relationships. She constantly is in relationships. She breaks up, relationship, break up, relationship. She never takes a break. You got to look at that pattern in her life. She's like 58 niggas before you. What is your like ratio? You're worried about body count. I heard a guy say this on Instagram. You're worried about body count. What is her like and love ratio? She's like 12 niggas and fell in love with him. Like, bruh, you're just the next guy. And what happened to the previous 12 guys? All right. They be lucky to be alive. She just filling a void and you're just there. She just passing the time. Now, sometimes there's another reason why she likes you. And we're going to cover that here in a bit. But you can't put your ego into the hands of a woman. They are very fickle. They fickle as fuck. And they super duper fickle with their emotions. All right. They're only loyal to their emotions. They're not loyal to you. They're loyal to their emotions. So I would never I would never now. All right. Not to say I've never done this, but please do not put your eggs in the basket of a woman likes me. That shit is coming to a crashing halt. All right. Yep. As she said, I'm bored. She just bored. And a lot of women are bored. We have to acknowledge this, not because they're boring, it's because they're bored. All right. They're tired of watching Kardashian and shit. All right. They done seen every Kardashian episode. What do? They doom scroll. Oh shit. They are worry people. They're worry warts. They're worry warts. If you understand women, they worry all the time and they get very skittish. They worry so much that at any hint of danger, they'll run. They'll run. They'll get like fight or flight syndrome. And all you just said was say, hey, ma'am. And they'd be like, they're worry warts. As a result, anything that can soothe that, to get rid of that, they'll attach to. So you don't have a woman that likes you. You have a woman that is attached to you. When you realize that, you can't put, and men will do this. Well, women like me. They don't like you. Nigga, that's not, bro. You're going to grow up and realize it ain't about that. I still got women right now that like me. And I don't give a fuck. Because, as she said, the minute he likes her back, she's going to run. The minute he likes her back, he's going to run. So she does what? She takes all this time wearing you down, convincing you that she likes you. As soon as I demonstrate, okay, baby, I got rid of all my hoes. I love you. But my love comes with a little bit of control. Where are you? I just want to be with you. I want to know where you are. Baby, you my one. You my shining star, bitch. You my ribbon in the sky. Guess what happens? She gonna run. She gonna rabbit. Why? Because she don't like you. She doesn't like you. When you realize this, it's not personal. It's not your ego. They're very fickle like this. And you will realize that as soon as I apply pressure back to her that is equal or above the pressure she's applying to me, she gonna rabbit. All right. And now you done. You done got rid of all your hoes. You told your homeboys you got your girl, and give it about 3 to 6 months. Gone. She gonna feel weird about it. Right? This is just a part of her worrying. She's constantly like, okay, why he ain't got no hoes? And why he ain't got nothing to do? Why he always asking me where I'm at? This is getting tiring. Her peace-leaving vagina gonna dry up like the Sahara Desert. This is just facts. This is life experience talking to you. So I'm telling men, do not put your ego in the fact that a woman likes you. It's hard to do. It is very appealing, but it's a manipulation tactic that she uses to kind of get you to the position she wants you. Then, and I add another phrase, she hates what she creates. She hates the man she creates. She tries to get you to be in this position. You're in that position. You give it a little bit of time, she's going to not like you anymore. I mean, this is 99% chance, bulletproof information. And now you've opened up your heart and she's stomping on it. All right. She's stopping on it. All right. And she's like, I don't like you like that no more. Listen to this woman, although she's a, you know what here. Yes. All right. She's a witch. Shout out to my witches out there. And she's a tragic mulatto, or she's hella light skinned. Listen to what she's saying. She is talking to the women. Remember, she's not talking to the men. She's talking to the women. She's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Okay, you cannot, women should love you way more than you love them.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but you don't even like that man. You're just bored. You need to get a hobby. You need
dude, she ain't, oh, look at that look right there.
You need to go to the gym.
Yep, you definitely need to go to the gym.
You need to start a business. You need to start a vision board. You need to start planning your 2025. You don't even like that man for you.
Yep, you don't even like that man. I mean, I'm telling you, man, listen, young men, listen to this information. This is listen to this information. This is gonna wake you up. All right, we got a what's this rapper's name? I can't remember this rapper's name. This guy, Bandman Kevo. Shout out to Bandman Kevo or Bandman Kev. All right, they must be in Miami. Bandman Kevo is an admitted trick. Shout out to him, man. And I don't use trick as a pejorative. Hey, man, we all tricking out here. All men pay. And he's with this guy Goldie, and Goldie is known as, you know, he kind of have some pimp lessons. Perpetrating pimp, wannabe Mac. I don't know what he is. No disrespect to the guy, but that's kind of how he is. His caricature is like, you know, a lot of the things he says out of his mouth is like pimping and player or whatever they want to call it. He's hit or miss with me, Goldie. All right, but sometimes I have, you know, I'm like, nah, he ain't right. And sometimes he's right. All right, now let's listen to what he says here. Let's listen to what he says to Bandman Kevo about what I've been trying to teach you men. So this is a guy a lot of you guys look up to. He's a young, successful man, appears to be successful on social media and have money, and he has access to women and stuff like this. Listen to what he says here.
Doing all this traveling, I fell off, so I'm getting back on my shit.
Have y'all ever paid for the pussy?
Go ahead, go.
You can't hear it. So that's Bandman Kevo and Goldie. The woman in the background of this looks like a limo. Says, have you ever paid for pussy? All right, this is a very, very common conversation on my channel because I made it that way. I don't just keep bringing it up. It's purposeful. I purposely bring this up because it's a part of what we talk about. And my purpose is to tell you all men pay. And the way you think you're not paying, you're tricking yourself. You're actually paying. So the woman asked both of them, have you ever paid for sex? Bandman Kevo is known to admit to have doing this. Goldie admits to never doing this, but let's hear what he says here.
Of course, right?
He said, let me go again. He says, of course. Now, let me stop here. He says, of course. And this is a Mac, player, pimp, whatever you want to call his kind of genre. He says, of course. Why? Because all men have paid. All of us pay. Now, let's hear his explanation without any disruption. I think people are catching on to CGA. People are catching on. In this space, I was one of the first ones to take this point of view, and it was a very big risk. And I think a lot of people are starting to hear me and go, okay. All right, so this is him saying, of course I have. Isn't that a surprise? Here we go.
Go ahead, go. Of course, right? Every time you take a woman on a date and you only want pussy, you know she's not girlfriend material, you know she's not wife material, you taking her on this date to pay for this meal to hopefully get some sex, then you paid for some pussy. Have I actually gave a prostitute some money for some pussy? No, but in essence, a lot of people is paying for pussy just in a roundabout way. You go into the club, you buying 1,000 bottles. Why? You really just want to get some pussy. So you really just going about it in a roundabout way. The trick is actually more efficient.
Shout out to Goldie, although he's hit or miss with me. That's exactly what I've been saying. And men, y'all gonna wake up at some particular point. That's exactly what I said. Not only did I say that, Alan Roger Curry said the same thing. Alan Roger Curry said the same thing. Alan Roger Curry said similar. And so he was a pioneer along with me well before me. But I've been trying to have this conversation. How long have I been having this conversation? 2 to 3 years. The monetized dating marketplace. I've been saying the same thing. You're just doing it and tricking yourself to say you're not doing it. Well, I'm not giving it to her directly. You're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself. And he said the trick is actually more efficient. He's getting right to it. So you're going the roundabout way and it doesn't work. The trick goes right to it, and you call him the trick. He goes right to it, and it's more efficient. Now, I'm not suggesting that you do this. What I'm saying is you got to all agree. And I've been trying to tell you, you got to agree that all men pay. You're fooling yourself if you don't think so. Rare dub by Goldie. I've been trying to tell y'all this for a long time. People are now picking up on this, not just because of me, but I definitely put myself out there first, or relatively new in the modern YouTube, to be like, we have to admit that we're all paying. Indirect, direct is a waste of your time. I'm going to play it again. I'm not going to play the whole video because I think, how long is it? It's 3.5 minutes. I'm certainly not going to give these guys 3.5 minutes. All right. But this should be commonly known. This should not even be a debate me bro conversation. This should not be a debate, all right, in this space any longer. It cannot be possibly a debate. It ain't even worth paying. And I see people debating it all the time. They'll be like, debating it. I don't need to debate this. This should be well known that you're just trying to go about it to try to use something to get access to her. You're going on a date with a woman you don't want to be married to or a relationship with. You're paying for pussy. It is that fucking simple. It's that simple. You're going to the club, getting all dressed up. Hold up for a second. Let me show you. This is you before you go to the club right here. This is you before you go to the club. All right? This is you. And you're paying for, as Alan Roger Curry said, the possibility of sex. That's why you're there. You're not there to dance. You're not there to have a good time. You're there to go see the hoes. Soon as you say, is the hoes going to be there? Where are the hoes? This ain't even debatable in 2025. Wait, you can't see it, by the way. That's you going to the club right here. All right. Sorry, I didn't have it up. This should not be a debate. All right. This should be men agreeing, just saying, okay, we have to agree on this so we can actually move the conversation of dating a relationship down the line. And this is one of your supporters. These are the men you promote. This is the men that you think that has all this game or whatever he promotes. I'm not sure. Okay, anybody debating this, you literally just wasting your breath. All right, it's pretty obvious what's going on out here.
Y'all ever paid for the pussy?
Go ahead, go. Of course, right? Every time you take a woman on a date and you only want pussy, you know she's not girlfriend material, you know she's not wife material, you taking her on this date to pay for this meal to hopefully get some sex, then you paid for some pussy. Have I actually gave a prostitute some money for some pussy? No, but in essence, a lot of people is paying for pussy just in a roundabout way. You go into the club, you buying 1,000 bottles. Why? You really just want to get some pussy. So you really just going about it in a roundabout way.
Facts.
The trick is actually more efficient.
Pretty simple. It's simple down the line. Then from there, we can have a conversation. I think the conversation literally has to start there. It shouldn't start whether it's indirect or direct or not really. No, man, we're not going to have that conversation in 2025, especially with prostitution absolutely going to be legalized or at least decriminalized. You're wasting your breath. Same thing as flying a girl out. Dude, that's tricking or that's paying. Obviously. I mean, it's obvious. And I think time has to be included on that. So if you're just going to be like, well, I'm going to spend time and hope that she likes me and then she'll open her legs, that literally is going to be the same thing as paying, because we pay in a variety of ways. Money, energy, attention, and time. We pay with money. Obviously, we spend money. Energy, we expend energy. Energy is something of, it's a resource. Attention, you pay attention. It literally says pay attention when somebody wants you to listen. So you're paying someone attention. Then you have time. What do you do with time? Same thing you do with money. You spend it. You spend time. The woman says, I want you to spend time with me. Spend time. So he even acknowledges the trick doesn't even go through that. He doesn't go to the nightclub. He doesn't go to the bar. He doesn't fool himself. He goes right to it, and he's efficient with it, in and out. Now, he probably doesn't respect the guy. That's a conversation. That's a debate. Do you respect the guy that does that? That's a debate. We could debate that all day long. All right. I could debate that. And then do women respect it? I don't care about that. Who cares? The trick doesn't care, nor do you. You don't care about her either. Why are we worried about if she cares about you? Nobody cares. Okay. But the debate would be, do you care, right? Do I care that I use this tactic? Do you care that you pay in a roundabout way? That's where the debate is. Okay, but to even keep having this conversation and you think you're not paying, please. All right, the woman says, I need you to spend some time with me and pay attention. What does that mean? Ring the fucking cash register.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right. No, it is what it is. All right, let's grow up in 2025. It's the year of the boss up. I hate to be right. I hate to be right. All right, but not saying he's right. You might disagree with Gold. All right. How about this one right here? I've made this. Wait, sorry. TikTok always does that to me. Listen to what this says right here. CGA is right. It's an evil world we live in. The main event is coming up.
It's an evil world we live in.
Coming up after this segment, the main event and some super chats. This woman says short guys with face cards. Listen to what she says. We're going to break it down just so you young men can figure it out. Listen to what this woman says right here.
Say this straight up. If he's short, and I'm talking about like the reasonably shorts, right? You know, like I'm talking about like the 5'5" to like 5'8". All right. 5'9" can be included in this as well. But he got a face card. He's out mogging. He gonna make your life a living hell. And the reason why he's able to do that is because you underestimated him. You assumed because he wasn't 5'10" and up that he wasn't gonna get the culo. Oh, he's getting it, babe. And a lot more than you could ever imagine.
Oops.
So respectfully, keep an eye out for him too. He's rounding them up.
Oh, no.
He's rounding them all up, baby.
Tell him.
Round of applause, baby. Make that ass clap. That's his theme song. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. All right. So we were talking about this the other day. Of sometimes a woman likes you because she underestimates you. What she says is she doesn't want to compete. Okay, I don't want to compete. So what do? And then you're with her, but you're spending money, energy, attention, and time. You think you're getting it for free, but she simply is non-competing. So what she does is lowers her standards or something like that, and then okay, I'll pick him. I'll give him some pussy. I'll show him some like, and he'll fall for me. He'll be lucky to have me. So women do this. They'll go to short guys, short handsome guys, high handsome. They'll go to older guys. They'll go to Star Wars action figure collectors. They'll go to somebody else. All right, black women at 40 will try to go for a white guy. Like they'll do this crazy shit. But what they think is they're finding a diamond in the rough. No women liking him. He probably don't get no hoes. So this woman's correcting it, saying, ladies, you guys got to understand, especially a short guy that's attractive, a Star Wars action figure that has resources, right? Or whatever it is. These guys still get action. Don't underestimate guys. But I'm telling you, a lot of women targeted you because they thought that they didn't have to compete for you. I've been telling you that for a long time. And this is an example of it right now. Not to say it's true because she said it and I said it, but this is a reality. Some women go after you because, okay, he easy. So let me give you an example. A 22-year-old woman would see a 46-year-old man as an easy target. Okay, he old, he desperate, he's interested in me. I can get him for his money. So she's like, no younger girls like him. He probably can't get older women his age. That's what people say. You have to pay younger women because you can't get women your age and you can't get women to like you. That's a complete underestimation of what's going on. When you do that, you make a mistake. Who did that yesterday? The woman from Real Housewives. She went to the 80-year-old billionaire. She thought she was going to put some black pussy on him, and he kicked her to the curb after he fucked, or he wasn't interested. And she was like, wow, what happened? Completely underestimated. If you are a short king, a lot of women think nobody checking for you. And she's saying, ladies, do not underestimate the short king. There are a lot of short dudes out here killing the game. Trust me, I know. I'm one of them. All right. So you can do extremely well as a short guy. It just depends. So she's saying short, attractive men. And why did she put 5'9" in there? All right, damn, 5'9" is short? Holy mackerel. So shout out to her for bringing this up. A lot of women get caught on that because they go, okay, let me go for something easier. Okay, he's hi, handsome. Hi, handsome. That's what I get all the time. Hi, handsome. Handsome is a motherfucking, I don't like handsome. All right, I don't like that. All right, because that tells me she's coming in trying to angle. Hi, handsome. And I know I'm handsome. Look at my motherfucking face. Ladies, look at my face. Hold on for a second. Let me do this. Yeah, I'm going to lose some viewers on this one. I'm going to lose some viewers. Look at my face. I'm 49 years old. I got a little bit of bags under my eyes. I've been hustling. Look at my skin. Show me a 49-year-old woman that looks like this, especially a non-melanated woman. These got crater faces and acne and pimples and shit everywhere. Look at my fucking face. Look at my face. People pay for faces like this. Hi, handsome. All right, bitches be hi, handsome. All right, I don't like to hear that shit. And the reason why, yeah, he says it's dismissive diversion. Hi, handsome. They think it's like motherfucking, like it's a compliment. Hi, handsome. You know why handsome is a disrespect? All right, the ladies, for the ladies in here, where the ladies at? I'm going to teach you something. If I said you're cute, would you find that to be, oh, thank you? Women don't generally like to be cute unless they're 12, all right? They don't like to be cute. Women like to be pretty, beautiful, highly attractive, fine, hot. That's where women like to be. But am I hot? Am I sexy? That's where women like to be. They don't want to fucking be cute. All right, men don't want to be handsome. Hi, handsome. Handsome means cute, puppy dog. I'm going to just play with you. That's what handsome means. All right, your face is enough. I guess I'll fuck with you. All right. It's completely like, niggas want to be fine and, ooh, wow. That's what men want to be. All right, men don't want to be handsome and cute and you're easy on the eye and shit. Men want to be fine. Fine. Men want to be fine. They don't want to be handsome. All right, anyway, handsome is you on your last fucking leg. You can't get nobody that's fine and hot and sexy. Hi, handsome. I guess your face will do fuck you. I guess I can look at you. I guess I don't have to keep my eyes closed when you're fucking me. That's what handsome sounds like. All right, so anyway, hi, handsome. All right, I guess I can use you for your money. I guess I could be seen with you in public. Hi, handsome. All right. Men don't want to be handsome and shit. All right, fuck that handsome shit. Anyway. Yeah, call me the king. I agree with you, sir. Hey, king, that's me. That means you're going to get on your knees when I need you to.
It's barbecue in there.
Handsome means I have to buy my way and work my way to get you on your knees. And you're going to give me some lazy 8-second blowjob. Hi, handsome. Is this good enough? Nah.
It's barbecue in there.
Suck my dick like I'm fine. And lick the whole black off of it.
It's barbecue in there.
Put it in your mouth like a pacifier.
It's barbecue in there.
All right. But handsome guy don't get to put it in her mouth like a pacifier.
It's barbecue in there.
All right. Anyway, hi, handsome. I guess I'll talk to you. It's completely, ugh. I don't desire you. I guess I can here, get in here, handsome. I guess I can get a little wet for you. I'm not all the way wet, though. Here. Come here, handsome. All right, anyway, I'm just teaching you ladies. The ladies need to be taught. I'm just trying to, am I right? Am I right? Press 1 in the chat if I'm right. I'm just trying to teach people out here. We're going to get to the main event. Shut up. All right, I got one more video. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. All right, that's the last one on that one right there.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, anyway. All right, anyway, right? Yo, hey. Women are here learning. I'm just trying to teach the people. I believe the children are the future, but you're going to learn from right here. I'm the teacher. Hey, look, we got super chats. We got the main event. We're going to talk about Myron and Mike Rashid and the controversy going on about are black women at the bottom of the dating marketplace. All right, this is going to be a disturbing conversation, and it's going to be controversial. You guys are voting right now, and it's, you know, it's 66%. So it's not the majority of you that believe it. All right, so that's interesting. He said, handsome is what your grandma calls you. Facts. You don't want no girl to lay down on her back. Come here, handsome. Nobody wants that. That's you know, I can't stay hard with you talking like that. All right, we got a lot of support on Venmo and all elsewhere. Hex Euripide says, for the no love account, Mitches need to stay quiet. Thanks, coach. We conquered it over here. Keith Covey says, slapping all day. He says, pay the entertainment fee as ninjas. Shout out to you, Jones G. Jones. The community has done an excellent job of dismissing the importance of wise black men. Our life experience are worth sharing. The youth would greatly benefit if only they weren't so ideologically subverted. You always drop gems, coach. The real ones appreciate you. Shout out to you. And that is actually true. When a man gets old, they just consider him, oh, he bitter. He used up. He's what do they call it? Jaded. And no, he's experienced. So when you're bitter and jaded, they just say, just be quiet. All right, just be quiet. Don't say nothing. All right, because they don't want you to take the pool of ignorant young men. Shout out to Miles Morrow says, coach, you remind me of my uncle. He gave tough love. It would only teach in riddles. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Glassford says, this is Paul, first-time contributor, long-time listener. Slap those Mitches, coach. I love Saturday stream. Please copyright the marriage will before they take that too. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you right here. And men of all races get dismissed. You know, Asian men and white men, but black men really get dismissed right around the age of 32. All right, shout out to Kevin Sullivan says, supporting my interest. Tell the Mitches to cuff they nuts. Cuff your balls out here, man. Hey, yo, it's a doggy dog word. Hey, shout out to Az. Shout out to Az M. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. These are dudes. Wait, there are dudes that smash for free all the time, though. He says there are dudes that live off women, as a matter of fact. Not everyone needs money or any of those things you're talking about, and you know that. Well, the conversation, this is what we have to understand. You're saying they smash for free. I highly disagree with that point of view. Now, are they giving money every time? Not necessarily. Then you say there are men living off women. Now, that's where I have to say, if you believe living off of a woman is an accomplishment, well, that tells me the previous statement is just as dumb. That means you're a low-life scavenger nigga. All right, that is a mind-boggling. So I can partially disagree with the first statement, but the last statement tells me what type of nigga you are. What man has accomplished anything living off of a woman long-term? Long-term. Like, this is mind-boggling. Like, I'll argue and debate the first reason why, because I'm trying to reason with an ignoramus. It would be a waste of my breath to even argue the first statement. The second statement tells me that you a low life nigga. And it immediately disqualifies the first statement. It immediately disqualifies the first statement. I would never tell any man to live off of a woman in America. That is low tax bracket activity. No man will ever become anything living off of a woman. So why would I ever say, yeah, a man doesn't pay when he lives off of a woman? What kind of crazy shit is that? What kind of life advice would I be as a man, giving the best advice on the internet by telling you to live off of a fat old bitch? Like, what the fuck? A low-life bitch. Like a low-life woman that has so much low self-esteem, she got to pay you in PlayStation V-Bucks to have you come back to the house. And at best, you've accumulated $2,500 worth of shit over 2 or 3 years, in which much of it will be taken back when you break up. So what are we doing, guys? Any of you guys are out here talking this loser talk, please do not try to tell me that a man avoids payment when he lives off a woman. My God. What kind of low tax bracket activity niggas are we having over here? This is why I can't debate people. You living off V-Bucks and you're impressed with this? No man has ever become anything living off of a woman. None. I mean, none. Not even pimps can do this and accomplish this over a long period of time. They gonna flame out. I'm not arguing with this type of activity here. So your first statement, it was just me trying to tell you, but the second statement means I can't even talk to you. You're such a dense dumbass that you would believe that. Okay? That is mind-boggling that you would actually suggest to my audience that a man is not paying when he's living off of a woman. The nigga literally is hustling backwards. He living his life backwards. That's called payment. Okay? You're paying with your life. Like, what? How is that not paying? You literally are not going anywhere in life. That's payment. Come on, man. This loser talk, and I guarantee you $100, and you pay me $20, I'll send it back if you could produce a picture of you being a black man. Please put a picture up. If you send me a picture on my Instagram showing you're a black man, I'll send the money back, because that's ninja activity. Come on, bro. That math ain't mathing. That math ain't mathing. You're never going to be a man if you live off of a woman. Like, what the fuck? I was going to give you credit for the first statement for being a half dumbass. But you literally just brought it on home by being a full dumbass. He says sold his soul for pussy. Oh, I ain't paying. I've avoided payment. She buys me V-Bucks and I eat her son's fruit snacks. Okay. You certainly didn't pay that time. He's getting it for free. You must be new here. Ronald Clark, shout out to you. Shout out to LT, says, Coach, what is the difference between Straggle and Sniggle? Well, Straggle is Straggle Daggle, the woman. A Sniggle is the male version of the Straggle. So that's what it is. All right, so Straggle is the female version of a Straggle Daggle, and Sniggle is a male Straggle. All right, that's basically, a low-life nigga that thinks living off of a woman is not payment. All right, that's what a Sniggle is. All right, and I hate to be like that, but I have to describe things. Joseph Grove says, I'm grateful for all the wisdom and the laughs. Shout out to you, Eric Great Scott Sermon. Shout out to you, sir, Eric Great Scott. Damian, Coach, I need you to take a vacay because I'm behind way too many streams. I know, man, it's hard to keep up. Shout out to our brother CB Lamb, says, got the free agent lifestyle yesterday. You're on chapter 4. Let's go. Thank you for the support. Shout out to Chris Mack, says, handsome sounds so disingenuous coming from women. It always does, unless it's coming from your granny. But I almost always cringe when I hear handsome from a woman. It's very cringeworthy. And we have BMO. It's been since I moved to the U.S. that I see that height is a thing. It is mostly a U.S. or Western European model of dating. So shout out to the white people. Where's the white women?
Where the white women at?
All right. NGN, sound off the Mitch alarm for this donation because Mitch's and hate watchers in the chat is definitely thinking the message below, which is to say they believe since CGA doesn't care about genuine desire from a woman, it sounds like CGA approves of men raping women. Oh, that's a reach for sure. He also says, I remember when I was in the military, I've heard older military men say they don't believe in STDs and it's a psyops from the CIA. New with a straight face. To this day, I still laugh about that to this day. Gen Z girls say bad sex doesn't count as a body for them too. That is true. That is true. I don't think you guys realize how much sex women dismiss from their past. They dismiss it. Like all of their teenage sex, they dismiss that. It doesn't count. It's crazy. They're like, oh, I was a teenager. I was young. And for instance, let's say that woman had sex as a teenager. When she's 40, she's not counting that. She ain't counting that. You know why? She doesn't count it is because if you count it, she would find you disgusting. Let's say you're 40 and she was, she's 40 and you're 40. But when you were 16, you guys had sex once or twice. If you're 40 and she's 40 and you say to her, remember when we had sex? Or you say, hey, I count that as a body. She would think you're disgusting. She's like, you still count that shit? That 5-minute sex, that backseat of the Jeep sex, she is not counting that. So men have to understand that. So it was bad. It was nondescript. It was non-memorable. She only counts the sex that you hit that bottom. You hit that bottom. She doesn't count the sex that when she was a sophomore in high school and she fucked a college sophomore or a college junior or a 30-year-old man. She doesn't count that. That's an assault. That's a sexual assault to her. That was statutory rape. She was a victim. She was a victim. So as she aged in 40, she doesn't count the time when she was out here in these streets at 16 with the hot thought box out there fucking grown ass men and drug dealers. She ain't counting that shit. She count that as a sexual assault. All right, that's what she's counting that as now. She ain't counting that as some sex. And if she sold some pussy for it, she definitely ain't counting that. All right, so I'm just telling you guys what's happening. All right, they don't got elephant memories out there. And condom sex is almost not countable. And some hookups, she only saw them one time, one night stand. She ain't counting that shit neither. All right. Anyway, shout out to our brother, Levitating Johnson. Levitating Johnson?
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
He says, nasty, my revenge. Okay, shout out to you. Damn. All right. We got NGN. Can you explain the origins of the term tragic mulatto? All right. Tragic mulatto comes from Paul Mooney. Rest in peace to Paul Mooney. I've heard him say it first, tragic mulatto. And he was describing that some mulattoes do struggle with their identity. So as a result, they become victims of, they don't fit into either side. They don't fit in with the white people. They don't fit in with the black people. So as they are seen as they benefit because they're light skinned and they're beautiful because they have features that are considered going to be more beautiful than blacks or whites. But like people will say, oh, you benefited, but they will have a tragic representation. And they say, when I was young, I couldn't fit in with the whites or the blacks. So they'll carry that on and they'll have a tragic fucking life. Mariah Carey. Right. So that's what Paul Mooney was hinting at about the tragic mulatto. They end up becoming victims of their own parental choice to procreate interracially. They will make a victim narrative out of it. All right. Shout out to Paul Mooney. That's the tragic mulatto. American BW's reputation is so bad that trans women, I got to speed through these, trans women act and look more feminine than them on their best day. He says, CGA says, I'm not insulting you, I'm describing you. All right, shout out to you. John I says, keep on keeping on, coach. We learning and slowly paying tuition. Rebuilding is hard, man, but we're doing it. Thanks for everything. It is. It's the hardest life. All right, Mariah Carey's mulatto. She's black. She's half black, at least. Kev Brown says, my job has a Facebook group or a fake book group. In one post, a female addresses the woman's restroom. She talks about the foul punani odor while posting a picture of a toilet seat with a dark smudge. He says, I couldn't help but think that the same hoes at work right here, these the same hoes you work with, and calling you nasty. Y'all ninjas are so thirsty for real.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Hey man, I'm telling you, I literally was a fly on the wall when I worked with women all my life. I was almost always the only male in a group of women for 15 to 20 years. I got so many lessons that you don't get. And I always tell you, get a red pill job. Get a job where you see women as not sugar and spice, because women don't see themselves as sugar and spice. They hope you see them as sugar and spice. So he's like, here, you're starving for this woman at work. Meanwhile, the other women at work are talking about the huff muff in the woman's restroom. And some of these women they be funky out here. In GN, there are some reasons why men like me don't re-enlist in the army. You can't put hands or yell at people anymore without getting your career ruined. It got me very soft, but society wonder, and they wonder why veterans tell men don't waste their time with the military. It hates men. Yes, indeed. Mr. Troll to You says so many bitches complain, not making moves to better themselves in their situation while sitting on the couch talking about life is hard. We need more fathers like LeVar Ball. Yes, it is the year of the father who will get into their kids' ass. Hit me with the Mitch song. Shout out to you, man. Yes, indeed. Hey, it's the year of the father. Deion Sanders, LeVar Ball is bringing fathers back. I need to do a show on that one, shouldn't I? Shot X, these new ninjas don't even have skin in the game. I'm out here working in sub-freezing temperatures, getting it in, while these new ninjas still in they draws, talking about the most shit in the comment section. Boss up, you new ninjas.
Boss up, nigga.
It's boss up time. Shout out to NGN. And I got a couple more, and the main event's going to be here. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Mitch Ass Ninja says, paying bills from MS. Shout out to you. Keep telling the truth. Mark Muhammad, first time here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for being here. Ken Rose is in the building. Shout out to you. The Drunken Sailor. Thank you, CGA. As a man going through a divorce, men, please put your ego aside and listen to the coach. And please have some experience. Larry C, greetings, coach. Just wanted to share with the fellas that even a Larry knows how to pay his tuition. Gentlemen, get them donations and likes up. It's boss up time.
Boss up,
shout out to you and the coach gang. And last one, our brother here in GN says, F the coochie commies in the Mitches. I bet the Mitches who complain is a pro-black. And shout out to you guys. Coochie commie is a term that one of our coach gang members donated to us. It is a great term to describe what that guy described. Men get it for free, right? Okay. Then men living off women. That is coochie communism. All right. Where you live in this place where you look at that as a grown man. We're not talking about little boys and young boys. As a grown man, you look at this as a success. All right. This is successful for you because somehow the coochie should be doled out for men that don't pay, don't put no skin in the game, don't pay their way, don't put no stripes, don't become nothing, don't work hard. The coochie communism is absolutely mind-boggling. Coochie commies. Right here. It's coochie communism. Where you just be like, it should be free. Like, that's when people say education should be free. Okay. If education's free, what value does it have? It loses value. Look at all these black women with degrees. Can't get a fucking job. All right. They getting DEI fired. And they got student loan debt attached to their degree. How much does this matter now? The fuck is we doing here? The coochie communism is out of control. But you coochie commies, man, got to realize you're scavengers. You're the low end of the dating marketplace. And as such, you get treated as such. You get treated as such. But being a coochie commie. It's just harder out here. Y'all got to scramble and scrape, and you got to scavenge for pussy. Just like in communism, you got to scavenge for bread and stand in soup lines. You got to get rations. You get rationed out pussy. And then you get a little bit. Then you jump on the internet and brag about all the pussy rations. All right? I mean, I didn't pay for this, coach. They gave me this. I'm going to wait for they give me some more, all right? They giving me less today. They giving me less tomorrow, too. But at least I'm getting some, all right? Coochie commies. Right here. The coochie commies, man. And he says, FYI, for all the new listeners, CGA's Rants is the show, a.k.a. the sizzling steak. The main event is just the dessert of the 5-star meal and entertainment and edutainment, except for the Mitches. Yeah, please don't ever believe for the new people that I'm off subject. Coach, you getting off subject. First of all, I'm answering super chats, supporters. They paid, they have a voice. You guys watch YouTubers get $800 in super chat and don't read one. All right, I read all of my supporters. At least I attempt to. So they're a part of the show. Not only that, I'm responding to them or helping them or at least sharing a provocative thought that sometimes might seem repetitive to new viewers. All right, yeah, like you talked about that already, but they're talking about it. So I talk about it and bring up a point of contention or thought. That's part of the show. The main event, simply the thumbnail, just so you guys know, the thumbnail is just the part of the show that I think most viewers would be interested in. It's not the show. So I covered 12 subjects today. I can't put all of that on one thumbnail. I can't put all of that in the title, right? I can't put all of that. I'm going to talk about Donald Trump, migrants, people that I can't understand their language, niggas that put too much cologne on, and then I'm going to talk about women that don't like me. I can't put all of that on the thumbnail. So I talk about that at the end because that's where the peak audience is. If you notice, at the beginning of the show, we started off with 500 people. At this point of the show, there's 3,200 people. You see why I save it to the end? Because while I'm live, if I cover it at the beginning, there were only 500 people in here. They missed the thumbnail conversation where you would be most interested. So I wait till the audience's peak to discuss it so that you don't say, hell, you already talked about it, I missed it, and go rewind and get back there. Now, for the replay people, this doesn't cater to replay people because you're interested in the thumbnail. So you want to figure out where I talked about it. So as you're replaying it, you're probably going to replay only that portion of the show. Okay, you see it. You see what happens. Have you ever joined a live stream where the person puts on the thumbnail and they start the live stream and in 5 minutes, they blew their load? Right? They done talked about the whole shit that's on the front of the thumbnail in the first 5 minutes, and there were 24 people in there. Okay? There were 24 people. Now, by the time you join the stream, it's 35 to 50 minutes into the stream. So you didn't click on it. Oh, look, somebody's talking. You click on it. They've already talked about the whole fucking thing that you clicked on. So then you come in there and go, hey, did you talk about this? Did you talk about that? They already talked about it. All right. My man said, I don't have to explain. Yeah, sometimes I have to talk to the Mickey Mouse people because they fucking slow. All right. But yeah, I have to talk to the slow bus people. So I got to line y'all up against the wall. All right. All you slow people, this is how you run the show. It's the greatest fucking show on the internet. Right. But I talk about some great subject matters that could be thumbnail. That could be the main event too. Every part of the show is the main event. But I'm also holding y'all niggas hostage with the best entertainment on YouTube. Yeah, y'all gotta see here because everything I talk about is interesting, which means in effect, let's get to the main event. Shout out to y'all. Hit the like button, y'all. Yes, yes, y'all. You don't stop. Now, I don't want to get in between this beef between these two particular people here. So I know people talk about people and, you know, content creators that are always talking about people show me that you ain't shit as a content creator, right? You got to always be talking about people. Well, I talk about circumstances and real issues in the world right here. So I have no disrespect between the two men that we're going to bring up. I don't have anything negative to say. I might crack a couple of jokes on these niggas. All right, but that's what I can do out here. This is Mike Rashid. For those who don't know, he's been a YouTuber for many years. I used to watch him when I was down bad. And he gave me great motivation because he was a fitness trainer. So was I. He was working his way up. He was bossing up. He was telling people great information. He was creating vlogs, you know, he was creating vlogs of his lifestyle and gym workouts. He's still very relevant in this space, although he doesn't produce the content he used to produce. And he's centered. His life is more centered right here. All right. So as he is more successful, he's not in survival mode or grind mode. He's not trying to build an audience per se. He's well over 1 million plus subscribers, if not more. He has all the attention in the world. We used to live in Newport Beach and work in the same area as fitness trainers. And shout out to him. As you can see here.
Where the white women at?
As you can see here, he definitely got some flatbacks here, and he definitely starving right here, showing mad teeth.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
Since he's more centered in his life and he's no longer in survival mode, he's in 10x mode right now. He's trying to 10x his life. He's made millions of dollars on this platform. He's not going to be as aggressive when it comes to dating and relationships. In fact, he's had his struggles personally, but he's also had his struggles with women, but he's least likely to be like red-pilled about women, if you will. That's just describing who Mike Rashid is. Now, you got Myron Gaines, and you guys well know him. He is the founder of the Fresh and Fit podcast. I've been on this show several times and several episodes. If you want to see, if you're new here, he doesn't even know you, coach ass niggas. All right, yes, they do. Everybody knows me in this space. I'm the king of kings, but that's neither here nor there. This is Myron Gaines, founder of the Fresh and Fit podcast. Very loyal person to people that he associates with. And I want to say Myron has never cut a diss video on somebody that he collabs with. They cut the diss video on him, and then he cuts the diss video on them. So Myron will go and so-called crash out on this. He invested a lot of money in his podcast. He's made a lot of money, and his podcast is now in struggle zone like mine because it's demonetized, and he's pivoting like a lot of people do. So he's trying to build an audience with a different repertoire of information. He's no longer kind of wanting to depend on the women. He wants to depend on his mindset, right? And now he has to trigger people and get people's attention, talking about race. He's the Clarence Bixby of the space, if you will. He's the Black Ku Klux Klansman. Then people say he ain't black. You know, black people are funny. They'll say everybody's black with an ounce of black. All right, but this nigga ain't black. He's Sudanese. Y'all crack me up as to how y'all dictate who's black. All right, but if he was Sudanese, y'all be like, Sudanese is his niggas. All right, they was all Moors back in the day, and they ruled Europe in the 13th century. All right, but all of a sudden, he's from Sudan, ass nigga. All right, remind me, nigga, where's Sudan? All right, come on, bruh. All right, so anyway, y'all crack me up with that shit. But I'm not going to defend Myron or Mike Rashid in this situation. This is just a great conversation of what happens here. All right, this is just a great conversation of what happens when you bring in this mindset versus this mindset. I'm going to play the video that has triggered this conversation. Now, you got to remember, what you call it? Mike Rashid is, they collab together. They collabed together already. So Fresh and Fit, when they were on a tour about 2 or 3 years ago, they went from podcast to podcast to podcast to expose themselves to new audiences. And it worked. I mean, that's when they really saw a rapid increase in their subscribers. Because when you appear on other people's shows, people will be interested in you, even if they don't agree with you, but people will be interested. They really crossed the 1 million subscriber mark by appearing on other people's podcasts, and they would pay their own way, go to the show, appear on our podcast, and they blew up as a result of that. They didn't just depend on Zoom. Now, this is the video in question. Since they collabed, Myron does tend to believe that people who cut diss videos on him after they collab are dishonorable. And this is something that happens to him quite a bit, since he does tend to cross, like, he'll collab with Abba and Preach, who are not red pill. He'll collab with rappers. I think there was a rapper that walked off his set. Waka Flocka or one of them niggas. All right. One of them couldn't deal with him. And I think Mike Rashid was even in their studio several times, and they were in his studio. So what happens is if Myron collabs with you, he becomes loyal to you. And he believes that if you say something negative against him, it's unfair. All right. That's just what he feels. I'm not saying he should or should not feel that way. He just feels that way. And then once that happens, the gloves are off. Now it's beef, okay? I thought it was 22 chains, 21 chains. It might have been 21 chains that walked off the set. I can't remember. One of them ninjas, they all kind of the same to me. So Mike Rashid is now bringing Myron's name up, okay, just so you can see, and it is very common for people to bring Myron's name up. I mean, he's an easy target. All right, he's an easy target. Yeah, so let's see what he has to say here.
I had to check somebody the other day over that. The dude Myron for Fresh and Fit.
What happened?
How black women are the lowest on the totem pole of attractiveness to him. I mean, black women wouldn't even look at you, but whatever. But also, this fool had like he did research on the weirdest statistics that are hardest to deal with in customer service. Why would you even research? Like, what? Who conducted that study? For one, it's so I checked. I said, you are a very interesting person. I've never met a person like you. I didn't think people like you existed, being black and hating himself so much, right? Because he's on black people so much. I had to check somebody the other day over that.
All right, so there it is.
Myron.
All right, so this is Mike Rashid. I've actually set it up so that you guys know who both of these people are. Mike Rashid really is not like trying to focus on YouTube like that anymore. He'll still put content out, but you know, he got bigger fish to fry out here, and he's mostly selling, you know, supplements or t-shirts. I don't know what he's really doing. I don't know the basis of it. And I ain't trying to diss anyone in here. I don't want no beef between these two men. I'm not here for beef. I'm just here for this part of the conversation. Because this part of the conversation is vital. All right, this is interesting because we talk about this. He's upset with Myron. All right, hold on for a second. While I'm saying this, I got to put this up. Okay, right here. Because this is important too. Mike Rashid is upset with, by the way, both of these names are not their real names. These are both made up names. These are both character names. So people would like to say they're real on here. I use my real name. All right, but that's neither here nor there. All right, both of these. So Mike Rashid is mad for some reason that Myron Gaines is attacking. He's attacking black women with some studies that Myron seems to be focusing on. This is according to Mike Rashid. He's like, why did these people conduct the study? Okay. Why did these people say this about black women? And why is Myron repeating that? That is the basis of the argument that Mike Rashid is saying here. And oddly enough,
Where the white women at?
now, we got to understand, this is common knowledge of what we're saying. So is he saying the information is not accurate? I think he's insinuating that the information is not accurate. That's not his experience, okay? Then he's also insinuating why the people would study it, which I've also said was the conundrum of the community. This is why the community is ass backwards, because what they'll say is, well, if a study doesn't represent them well, it doesn't matter if it's the men in the community or the women, they'll complain. But I often said, okay, what if they didn't study it and make you aware of it? You would say that's discrimination too. They should have told us. But when they tell you, you don't like the reflection. Okay, so you can't, you know, it's a catch-22 with these community people. So the community, they do research of the community and treat them like social experiment, engineering experiments. Then they give you the data and they tell you, and you're like, no, it ain't. To the point, they've said black women have a 50% herpes rate. Now, herpes is not always expressed. It's not always an outbreak. But what they used was CDC statistics. And they said, based on what we're seeing here, we can anticipate that 1 out of 4 women have it. But then when it comes to black women, 50% of women are exposed of it. Now, black women said this can't be. Black men said, and I've quoted that data, and black men said, not my queen. But we're not saying they have a herpes outbreak. We're saying that they just have the strain. But it could be asymptomatic. That's according to the CDC. CDC had to come back out and said, we stand on the data. Now, I have to ask, why would you be upset with the data? Let's say, for instance, the conundrum. Mike Rashid, I want you to listen to this. If the CDC knew that black women had 50% herpes rate, but they didn't tell you as to not hurt your feelings, wouldn't you be upset? wouldn't you be upset that the CDC had this information, but they didn't release it to the public as to try to help you niggas not spread it? You see what I mean? Like, it's a conundrum. It's the community conundrum as to when you tell them a reality and the fact, they complain and become the victim. Then, if you don't tell them, you hid it from them and you didn't tell them. You see what I mean? It's the community conundrum. So you're trying to do something to help them, but there are victims if you help them, and there are victims if you don't help them. So for Mike Rashid, who's upset with the people who conducted the studies, then upset that Myron would go dig for the information and use it for his audience, he's upset. This is the community conundrum. Let me express this. Let me express it. Now, Myron, to his credit, has a broader audience, so he's able to disseminate this information. And yes, he's able to say, based on my preference, this data matches my preference. Okay, let's explore the data. All right, let's explore the data. So on the dating pool, first of all, let me say this, and I will be very brief. Black men and black women are at the bottom of the dating pool in the United States. Now, this isn't self-hate talking. You can literally dig this up, and I'm going to show you. When it comes to studyable material, dating apps, where you're going to say, well, that ain't the real world. Okay, we'll tell you the real world in a second. Just stay with me long enough. When it comes to things you can study, black men and black women are at the bottom. Okay, that's it. You will have exceptions to the rule. Outliers. People that have a different experience based on genetics, based on their... But it is a fact that these two people are considered the bottom of the dating pool. So much so that even migrants know this. They will come in and say, avoid these people. All right, so... This is not even a debatable thing. It matches up. Now, let's talk about the real world. Since black people tend to be around other black people, just like everybody else, that's not their experience. So Mike Rashid, although we do have him here with a whole white woman, a whole series of white women, black people tend to be around themselves. So what their experience is different. So as they might go outside of the black dating pool, which is very rare, they will be with other races of people, but those are rare instances. Not only that, not all people date interracially, and they certainly aren't grabbing the top people from that dating pool. So as you go outside the dating pool, you're not grabbing the top of that dating pool. You're grabbing the bottom or the middle of that dating pool. The outliers do not disprove this information. So as black men go out to date white women, they're not dating the prime real estate white women or the women that are considered higher on the scale. They're somewhere near the middle, if not low. This is not debatable. So that would make you the bottom of the dating pool. Then when you find these niggas out here saying men live off a woman, liable to pimp a woman, not paying, you become the bottom of the dating pool with that mindset. Because the men in the other races tend to pay. So they're going to be more attractive. They tend to share their resources. They're going to be more attractive. But what black men will do is say, we're going to accomplish this by committing and putting no skin or money in the game. You become the bottom of the dating pool. And it's even worse. Prostitutes will avoid black men for a variety of reasons, including the ones I expressed. You're at the bottom of the whole dating pool. Because there's certain things that happen. They will tell you. Hoes on the street will tell you. Escorts, prostitutes will tell you. No AAs, because black men tend to pursue prostitutes to swing them, to put them in their pimp stable. That's one. Number two, they try to get 2 for 3 for 1 specials. They'll get the rate and they'll invite 10 niggas in the room for the 1 person rate. Or they'll destroy and damage the property. Niggas like to stroke and bend and fold. And so the prostitute wants to get in and out. You want to do a sex marathon. She charges you for an hour. You make her stay the entire hour. You ask her for a discount on the rate. Then all of a sudden, you have to express that there's more likely for violence to occur. So this makes you the bottom. You don't realize that because in the real world, your world, Jacksonville, Atlanta, you tend to probably want to be at the top. Your experience is you're at the top. You go outside of your dating pool, outside in the real world, and you get women from other races, and you say, not me, coach. I got a white woman. I got an Indian woman. I got an Arab woman. But is that woman the top of her dating pool in her race? Probably not. There's a high likelihood that she's not. This is not debatable. So when you go then to the black woman, the data shows the same thing. They're least likely to be selected outside from outsiders. Very rarely, I'll show you the data, which makes them the bottom of the dating pool. They themselves very rarely prepare themselves to be dating outside of the dating pool. They only do it when they get fed up with you niggas. All right, so what they'll do is say, I'm fed up with all of these black men. They'll be 40 years into dating. Then they'll say, I'm going to get me a white man with no preparation. They just think they can swing it over there. Then you add least married, most divorced. So that demographic, statistically, Mike Rashid, tends to be the less likely to get married. And when they get married, they're the most likely to get divorced first. With this being said, if you go outside, do you see this in the real world? Well, you might not see that because people date proximity-wise. Proximity is one of the biggest indicators of who you're going to attract and who you are going to date. Proximity. You're in Jacksonville, she's in Jacksonville. You're not going to date people in Tampa, people in Los Angeles. So proximity is a big indicator. Number two, race is a big indicator. You're tend to going to be dating someone of the same race. When people consider interracial, it's going to be for a reason. You don't know what the reason is. They're interested. They can't qualify for people in their race, or they just like so much, I need a person of that race. All right, so, or that person was such valuable, they made an exception. Remember, exceptions don't prove the rule. I'm sorry, exceptions don't mean the rule is disproved. It proves the rule. So we all have different experiences. Like we've all got free pussy. We've all dated women of other races. So can we say real world, it's not true? Can we show white men dating black women? Yes. I can see that all the time. Can we have a series of black women that say they've only dated outside of the race at the top of the racial pool of white men? Okay, yeah, I've seen it too. That's outside. But is that the rule? If you see a black woman with a white man, it's going to be an older white man. And the nigga going to look like John B. He going to have a short haircut. He going to try to be swagged out and fresh. She ain't going to be with a Star Wars action figure collection, a white guy. She's not going to be with a tall Chad, 6'8" Chad. It's going to be very rare. You're going to see her at the top of the young white male dating selection pool. It's normally going to be an old sugar daddy, white guy, divorced twice with teenage kids with her. I mean, that's likely going to be the case. All right. And she's going to be bed winching and she's going to, yeah, he got the John B shit. He listen to R&B, nigga be swagged out. He got the sneaker collection. It's going to be that type of white guy. He's going to be young at heart. This is typically what you're going to see. Now, Mike Rashid, calm down. I'm not supporting of Myron. I'm just saying we're going to try to figure out who's right here. Let's see what the data says. In this article, it says, we don't even have to dig very far. Least desirable, ? How racial discrimination plays out in online dating. All right, you can just figure out what happens here. So it just is breaking this down. Mike Rashid says, why are we studying this? Well, because we want to know the information. It says 2014 OkCupid data resonated so much with 28-year-old Ari Curtis. Why? Because she's black, she's interested, that she used it as a basis of her blog, The Least Desirable About Dating as a Black Woman. All right, Let's go to the next piece of data. This says why black women and Asian men are at a disadvantage when it comes to online dating. This is where people will say, but outside. No, outside is going to be pretty much duplicable because proximity and likeness are going to be very important. Proximity and likeness is just as much have an impact on dating. So you can't just go from the city to the suburbs, all right? You're not a suburban girl. You can't grab up suburban brads. Okay, you're in the city, baby. You live in an apartment building. You're not going to the suburbs, to the cul-de-sac. Your proximity is amongst this group of people, so you're going to have to dig there. Now, here's the interesting thing. We have Asian men in the same category. Now, what I don't see, the group that I don't see taking it personal are the Asian men. Now, they're going to talk about this, and certainly they have their own colonialism in conquering. They tend to try to date as many white people and thin out their yellow skin for white skin, although they really don't have yellow skin. They're pale. They tend to have the same thing. They'll try to date up status-wise and date an Asian woman will date a white Brad, all right? An Asian man will try to get him a Kaylee. But yes, they have their own internal struggle too. But I don't see them taking it as personal. What I tend to see them do is either they might take it personal and keep it within themselves, or they might do something about it, which is important. They might do something about it, means they're going to get their bag up. They might try to make a change. They might change the characteristic. They might try to be the one. They might put some muscle on, and you'll have a Korean dude with hella muscular, right? And so they'll try to make it see, let me make sure I'm going to be different than the ones that ain't getting chosen, right? They'll get them a little Fast and Furious car. You know what I mean? They'll do some shit like that. They'll open a donut store or a cleaners. Or they'll just be depressed, right? It's just a middle ground. But I don't see them protesting. I don't see them taking it personal all the time online. I don't see this shit. I don't see this shit, which means in effect, why are we seeing this from the black women? Well, what happens is, and then we see the black men come in and put the fucking superhero cape on, like Mike Rashid. Okay, so Asian men, what we don't see, since they're in the disadvantage on the dating line, what I don't see is the Asian woman coming out going, hey, we need to do something about Ricky Tan. Ricky Tan has a horrible stereotype about their attitude. They don't have shrimp cocktail weenies. They out here got swinging Johnsons. Pause. I don't see Asian women coming to the rescue for Ricky Tan. What I see Mike Rashid doing is saying, why are we talking about this? Why is he saying this, Myron? All right, so you see what I mean? Like, why aren't the Asian women coming out in mass, all right, defending Ricky Tan?
I like to get dominated.
All right. You see what I mean? Asian women say, we don't give a fuck about Ricky Tan. Leave his ass over there with his shrimp cocktail weenie. Leave his ass over there. Fuck him. I got to get what I need to get. So they go and get a Brad. They go get the whitest, goofiest white man they can possibly find. Right? But why is Mike Rashid sticking his nose in it when this ninja running around here like this? Okay? Why is he feel like we need to do something and not talk negatively about black women? All right, and then all in his life,
Where the white women at?
you see what I mean? Like, this to me then says there's something else going on and we have to figure that out. Like, we got to figure that shit out. Because if you go further into this conversation, odds favor white men and Asian women on dating apps. Okay, what is the real world telling us? Oh, that's pretty accurate. When you leave Jacksonville and go to anywhere upscale, you'll see it. But if you stay in Jacksonville, you won't see it. Because there's levels to this shit. You want to go to fucking Raising Cane's every night, but white men and Asian women and everybody in between are upscale dating, upscale dining. They're paying. People are like, they're not playing this, let me save $5 shit. They're not playing the cheap game. Asian women typically don't play the cheap game. White men don't. Saudi Arabian, Indians don't. Everybody figured out that money talks and bullshit walks, except for black men and black women. Okay? Those people tend to be at the bottom of the dating marketplace. They tend to go to the barbecue joint, the juke joint, the fucking shoot 'em up bullet hole nightclub. And then that's your reality. But the reality of the real world expresses differently. So you argue with me, but you're stuck in zone 6 in fucking East Atlanta, and you're telling me about the real world. Well, that's not the real world. The responses, the people who get the most responses to message, regardless of who they messaged, tends to be white men and Asian women. They get the fastest and most responses, regardless of what race person they messaged. This is the reality of the dating marketplace. Now, go outside. You'll have niggas tell you to approach 100 women to get 3 phone numbers in one lay. Need I say more? Need I say more? You'll have white nerds repeat the same thing and then convince you to go out there when they have a recessed chin and 3 chin hairs for a beard, because they're low-class white guys. They're nerds. They're geeks. All right, they're trying to figure out how to manipulate the system to get them a fine-ass Kaylee instead of paying. You see what I'm saying? So let me continue here. All right, let me continue here. This is called the unmarriageables. This is complex. Why black women and Asian men should date. Why? Well, because Asian men are at the low end of the dating pool too. Unfortunately. Why? They tend to be shorter. They tend to be shorter. They tend to not be sexually, fetishized. They don't have a high rate of sexual fetish. Black men tend to have a higher rate of sexual fetish. And regardless of that, they don't want to be stereotyped. They always run around here talking about who they fucking and for free. They live the stereotype and then complain about it that they're not winning in the sexual marketplace. Let's go down further. Research suggests that African American women are among the strongest opponents of interracial dating, which does mean since they are less likely to find someone out of their proximity or likeness, they tend to have less options. They tend to be picked less by outside the group. This puts them at the bottom, and thus they put themselves at the bottom of the dating pool because they're reluctant to date interracially. This shouldn't be a debate. No one should be in their feelings about this information. The black women are essentially saying, we're not going to go to the top of the dating pool outside the race. I'm going to attempt to go to the top of the dating pool within my race, but that top is the bottom of the dating pool. Anybody in their feelings yet? Anybody in their feelings? I'm going to say it again. Since black women are reluctant to go to even the bottom or the middle or the top of the outside dating pool, which represents the top of the marketplace, they go for the top, middle, and most of the time hit the bottom of the dating pool of the bottom of the dating pool. Like, that's what's crazy. So they bring that own mindset of dating or being at the bottom of the dating pool based on their own personal choice. So Mike Rashid puts on his cape to defend this message, defend data that suggests that black women have attitudes or any of these. This is the data, y'all. Will they correct this issue? What are they doing to correct this issue? Which brings us to the next difficult point as to why would he be in his feelings if the people being described as this never make a change, okay? They never made a change. Let's take Ricky Tan, the Asian men. Oh, shit, we at the bottom. What do I do? Gym, muscles, money, business. They tend to make the change. They should have tried to disprove that their own, each as an individual. And when you do things as an individual, you make a change for yourself, but collectively the group will change because people will learn over a series of decades or generations, oh, maybe that's not true. And maybe that change will lead to a selection. Mike Rashid and the women in question here, the black women, they don't make no change. They just write blogs. They jump online with their cape, and then they complain about the data. They don't make a change. They don't make a change. Now, some do. So you will see some women pivot out of that, make a change, and silently go. But the rest of the group tends to say, we're going to hit the airwaves. We're going to boycott. We're going to complain. We're going to bitch about it. And then now we're going to make people see us as different. Now, that's going to be problematic. Why? I'm cooking with hot fish grease. I'm going to tell you why that is a dumb strategy. And this should explain it as we go along. Even though you are right to say, yes, this is unfair, I will never say you're wrong for saying it's unfair. But this has to be said here. The brother that wrote the books, wrote the show, The Boondocks, his name is Magruder. I don't remember his first name. He said this. He said this demographic has run out of moral, I can't remember the word he used, moral sympathy. Moral sympathy. Which means, in effect, black people have used tears kind of like, hey, we've been subjugated, we've been this, and we've been put against, and we've been gerrymandered, and we've been redistricted. Aaron Magruder, I believe his name is. Since there was this, damn, we feel sorry for them, we have put them down. These people work hard. The men are men. The women are women. They're traditional. They raise great families, blah, blah, blah. Since they have this moral sympathy card to play for us, people have overwhelmingly said, okay, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. However, Aaron Magruder says black people have no more moral sympathy cards to play because all the twerking, the stanky leg, all the motherfucking crate challenges, the crime, the murders, 13% population, 50% murders, cheap niggas, loud black women, blah, blah, blah. There's no moral sympathy. Nobody cares. You're just bitching now. You just victim carding. Aaron Magruder said that. Don't blame me. Black people has run out of moral sympathy. You don't raise good families. You don't raise good kids as a whole. Your communities are shit after 40 years, whether your fault or the white man's fault. You have not done what you needed to do to change the view of the outside. You have not done what you needed to do. You've done the opposite. You double down on stupidity. Women have selected more at the bottom of the lowest of the dating pool. Pookies, ray-rays, and niggas, and free nigga shit. You have not helped yourself. So as a result, nobody gives a fuck anymore that you see negative data collected against you that represents your results. Nobody cares as a result. Myron's point of view tend to be more sympathetic, even against Mike Rashid, who was more centered. Okay. Mike Rashid is a more centered, normal, middle of the ground. Hey, let's protect these black women. Why them? Why this guy? Why he attacking? The comment section says otherwise. There's more support for Myron's point of view and perspective, even though Myron is not well liked, okay? Even though Myron is more polarizing, even though Myron presents himself as a racist, there's still a support for Myron, even amongst men that he considers, lower beneath him. The support is generally not with Mike Rashid. No one cares anymore in this instant because no effort was made to change the perspective. Let me see here. I'll read a couple of comments. This person says, he's not black. He's Sudanese American. See, that is one of those things that are going to get you no sympathy because I thought there was a one drop rule. I thought if the father was black, I thought if they was on Africa, I thought if they were the Moors, I thought black people ran Europe from 13th century to 18th century. I thought, but no. Now all of a sudden when we don't agree with them, he ain't black. So that has to be discarded. Okay. This person says a black man taking up for black woman is fire. So that is going to be support for Mike Rashid. This woman says, please, to all the black men saying true, please do us a favor and engage with the women you don't desire. I'm not sure what that means. Do that and stop speaking on us. I think she meant do not engage. Okay, so there's a whole, I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change, which is not going to help. This one says, sounds like Myron stated facts and he doesn't like it. This person says, facts don't care about your feelings. This person says, I'm black and Myron is correct. This person says, Myron is right. This woman says, he didn't check anything. That is support of Myron. This person says, y'all want BWs to hate themselves so bad. Victim card. Of course, as women are more inclined to be more self-reflective. Like if they get criticism, no matter what race the woman is, they're going to take it to heart. So that's where she's standing on that conversation. But have you done anything individually or as a collective to change this? Or do you feel like they're just attacking black women for what? My question is this. Why do people think you're being attacked? Is it because people have nothing better to do? I'm just thinking. I'm just have to ask myself this. You have to ask yourself this. Why are people saying this about you? Do you think they're like, let's keep these people down? All right. Let's make them feel less about themselves. Now, in the past, this does happen. This has happened real quick. But today, I have to ask myself, do you think people are sitting around worrying about you? I think the opposite. I think people are avoiding you because of the data that they have. All right. The data that they have and all the evidence, they're not worried about you. They're worried about you when they see you. So I don't think people really want black women to hate themselves. I don't believe that, but maybe you have a different experience. Okay. And this says these comments really show how low people and men can steep. I date a lot of black women, and although there are some overall differences, it comes down to the individuals. This doesn't help the conversation, but that will be in support of Mike Rashid. And yes, Captain Obvious. We're all dating individuals. However, individuals sometimes get lumped into the collective. Not only that, individuals do cater to try to prove stereotypes right. All right, I explained that when black men, they talk about sex all the time and they talk about, I got this and that, right? And then they get mad when people fetishize them or people use them for sex. I thought she liked me, but white women wanted to get dick down since you're always talking about it. All right, they just wanted to get the dick, but you never get invited to get the motherfucking potato salads and raisins. All right, they just keep your ass down there and come, get the service and jump on your dick, and then they leave. Okay. All right, this one says, nah, this guy is being emotional. Myron is 100% right with what he says. Okay, this one says, look at all the black men standing behind Myron over his comments about black women. Trump is in the office. Okay, here we go. We didn't pivot to Trump, so I'm going to move on. A black woman clearly rejected him. These are all emotional responses. So he got rejected by a black woman. I'm going to disagree with that. I think Myron probably is not sexually attracted to black women. Okay. I think Myron probably has gone out of his way to avoid black women. That's just me. All right. I'm not saying that I've done that. I'm just probably going to assume that of all the women he's trying to be with, I don't think black women are at the top of the list ever in his life. Ever. I think he's overwhelmingly indulged himself into assimilation. Okay. So I don't think a black woman rejected him, clearly. So that would be wrong. And that would be an emotional response similar to what Mike Rashid is doing. I think he's being emotional. Now, that doesn't mean he hasn't had sex with black women. I'm saying if he had a choice, and I know what university he went to. All right, hold on for a second. Let's see here. He's overwhelmingly participated in assimilation, which I'm not using against him. He's an assimilated person. All right. And somebody says, you think black women like Myron? Probably not. It would be relatively clear. That's a great question. It would be relatively a great argument to say black women don't like Myron. That would be almost factual. That would be pretty factual. Black women almost is probably never pursued Myron. Now, is that negative? No, because we know kind of where black women choose as a demographic. They tend to choose a certain type of person. Myron ain't it. Either is CGA. I'm not the type of women, I'm sorry, pause. I'm not the type of guy black women generally pursue, only when they're late in the game, right? 32, 35, 37, 40, 46, 48, 50, 52, 56. Black women then, after they done fuck their life up, tend to then, hey, handsome. So even I would be put in the category of men that black women generally don't pursue. I'm short. You know what I mean? So even me, I'm on the West Coast. I'm assimilated. I speak with my E's and R's. I typically don't attract black women. They avoid me like the cotton picking plague. So that's not a negative against Myron. I'm just saying it would be pretty factual that black women overwhelmingly avoided a guy like Myron, especially when he was younger. I didn't have locks or braids. I didn't sag my pants when I was younger. You know what I mean? I wasn't out here creating babies out of wedlock. I wasn't in the gang. I didn't sell drugs. Nia Long, that message is for you. I didn't have a fucking, a candy apple red paint, 6'4" Impala. I didn't have tattoos scrolled across my chest. Black women avoid me like the plague. All right, they do. They typically don't choose on me first. It is normally down the line. It is like when they're like thinking of settling down. They had a baby daddy or two. They done gained 50, 11 pounds. Then black women, they work at the DMV and they're 47 with a mustache. I typically would have great success with that demographic of black women. My man says 4th and 30 black women. Yeah, women 4th and 30. All right, let's go for it. Fuck a punt. That's the type of black women I get. All right, I'm not getting light-skinned, caramel-complected, young, tender love bitches with the jelly shoes and shit and the motherfucker. I ain't getting them. I ain't getting the top-notch stallion, Megan Thee Stallion bitches. I ain't getting the butter pecan, butterscotch, light-skinned it. Them women overwhelmingly, look past me. It ain't even, I don't even have to try to have them avoid me. They just be like, I'm in a Honda Civic. Black women not checking for me, man. My man said 4th and 30 black women. And this is the reality. I accepted that reality. I don't even fight it. And nor do I try to figure out why that's the case. I just be like,
where the white women at?
I just say, where the white women at? Let me go on over here. Let's see what the Latinas doing. And they typically are more open-minded with me in my life. They've been more open-minded with me. Now, does that mean I've had successful relationships with these women? No. I mean, women are women, man. Women are women. Did I get the top of the dating pool with that group of women? Well, probably not. Just depends. So that's not a negative shot against Myron. Myron overwhelmingly probably doesn't get a lot of black women coming at him and checking for him in his life. So as a result, then he's probably going to pursue, as a fact, the university that he graduated from, or at least went to, has a 4% African-American student population. 4% African-American student population. And it's in the Northeast of the United States. So it's not in the South. So take a look at possibly what he probably looked for in attractive women. He was exposed to more white women, more Asian women, and more Latinas. Where do you think he's possibly going to pick from? Even that he's a melanated person, but y'all don't want to claim that he's black all of a sudden. But Meghan Markle's black. Okay. Right. So yeah, as a result, since that's the case, people will say that would be upsetting. He's upset about this. I would disagree, but I'm just using my anecdotal data. I don't think he's upset about this. People will say he's upset. Here's the reasoning behind this. Why would he be upset that the lowest demographic in the dating pool doesn't accept him? Why would he be upset that that woman keeps picking pookies and lowlifes and scavengers and he ain't getting picked? I think that would be less of an indictment on him and more of a, hey, I must be better than these, right, type of thing. And Kamala's black too. Yeah, Kamala's black, but Myron ain't black. Like, y'all got to explain how y'all pick black people up and drop them off. So, yeah, I mean, now Myron has responded to this. So let's take a look at here. And anybody in extreme disagreement, let me know. But let me play this video as I'm pulling something up here. This is a sister saying, dating abroad for black women. I don't disagree with what she's saying. I want people to find who they want. Like, if black women want to date white men, I don't care. I'm a great supporter of interracial relationships. I support interracial relationships for anybody. I'm not against them, although they are rare in our country. White women marry out 10 to 12%. Black women are between 4 and 12%. All right, so it's very low for black women. It's lower, but, you know, it's improving. Now, here's the problem with this. Isn't this what a group of black men called the Passport Bros were suggesting as well? Although, yes, they were having sex, right? And they were out there tricking and whatever you want to call it. They also were a group of men that were out here looking for true companionship and relationships. This group was highly criticized by the group you're about to hear from first. Why then are we support? Like the hypocrisy of Mike Rashid, the hypocrisy of how black men are treated by just the women and men in their own group, to which if you are not successful, you've been scarred, traumatized, you hate women, or you broke, you ain't got no game. They leave you out there hanging. But then as you age up, level up, like Myron and Mike Rashid, and you start to choose outside the race, or you start to choose and say negative things about that group of people, then they want to hang you in effigy. Is that the word? So we got this woman that says this.
It's the fact that I've had 2 international romances thus far on my travels, and I'm living for it. Dating abroad or having a roster abroad is honestly the move.
Man, black men said this in the Passport Bro movement. This exact thing, bruh. And these men are ridiculed even to this day. They tricks, their passport tricks. They're going to be out there, you know, putting women off. They're trying to avoid child support. They out there just having sex. They're using these dirty feet women for sex. And they were highly ridiculed. This woman says, travel abroad and have a roster. I mean, and we have some support and some criticism. Is dating abroad almost always never Africa? Yeah, here we go right here. So there it is right there. Let's see what she says.
Okay, I keep telling black women to go where they're celebrated, not tolerated. And, you know, I love this for me, and I love it for you too.
Straight jacket.
I think that's what the Passport Bro said. I think that's what the Passport Bro said. Go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. Now, how would she do overseas compared to black men? What do you think? Just think about this. What do you think her level of success? I mean, she's attractive too, with that filter on. She's not ugly, so she got a lot of probably old European white men nutting on her. All right. And she definitely flying herself out there to get smashed. She getting flown out. By the way, this woman is selling pussy. Let's just say what's happening.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
All right, she's not dating. She's selling pussy. Just like many men who travel overseas are not dating. They're buying pussy.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
All right, so she's catering to like 50, 60, 70-year-old white men. All right, in Europe. She's probably going to Europe exclusively. She ain't going to anywhere in Asia. She going to Germany and the United Kingdom, and she going to motherfucking France. All right, that's where she laying it down. All right, that's where she laid it down. But of course, if I say that, I know you don't know that. Dubai, yep, that's where she going. She not going into anywhere in Africa or Asia or South America for that matter. She ain't going anywhere in South America. She ain't going to the DR or nothing. All right, anyway. I was going to pull up the tweet response from Myron Gaines, so just to give him a chance to speak his piece. He might be in the chat, but we don't know that. He got bigger fish to fry, apparently. All right. All right, but let's see what's happening here. He definitely was responding negatively to this thing here. And was this days ago? It must be in the back here. Pause. Yeah, here it is right here. Here it is right here. This is Myron's response. So we got to give equal response time here. We heard what Mike Rashid had to say. Myron Gaines says, I used to have massive respect for Mike Rashid. I didn't realize he's this sensitive. I wasn't going to address this, but now he is running around lying on my name for clout. Since no one can check him anymore. People are snakes on YouTube. All right, so there's the response to Mike Rashid's video. It is a longer video. Do we want to listen to the longer form of that video? All right. But where Myron took it is where I thought he would take it. He took it as a personal attack from a friend, which in this space, it happens.
I had to check somebody the other day over that. The dude Myron for Fresh and Fit.
What happened?
I just seen a post. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, what was the post?
Talking about
intentionally disrespecting black women for no reason.
How black women are the lowest on the totem pole of attractiveness.
I have this conversation quite a bit. Again, proximity does dictate who you're probably going to be attracted to, especially when you're successful with them. So if you're close to black women and you live around black women and you never live around like flat, sloppy yogurt white women, you're not going to find white women appealing. They're going to look like mayonnaise. They're going to look like mayonnaise. They're going to look like muskrats. And you know what I mean? Especially when they get out the shower and that hair that they have is flat on their head and shit. And their ears are poking out. They're going to look like a muskrat. So black men will be like, if they're used to just seeing black women, they're going to be like, nah, I got to have me a sister. So proximity does indicate what you are attracted to. My problem is with that argument, which I will give you that. I will give you that. Who you're close to are going to lead to who you're more attracted to. Here's the problem with that. On the scale of beauty, the international scale of beauty is not subjective. It is quite objective. And the way you measure it is marriage. The way you measure it is how men treat you, especially when you have their kids. The way you measure it, who commands the higher price on the prostitute or escort or dating marketplace, who's more likely to be a kept woman. This is how you measure it. You don't just get to say, well, I like this, so it goes to the top. Now, with that being said, that doesn't mean black women are ugly. What it means is on the international, if you go to the highest rated men and say the highest value men tend to choose X, the lowest value men tend to choose X, you can't argue with that. But if you use the metrics of 100 years ago, 100 years in the future, that objective scale can change. That objective scale can change. So it's objectively right now, we can determine who's at the peak, who's at the low. But that's in this year. If I go back 100 years, it could change. If I go back 1,000 years, it would be objectively different. because the standard of beauty of who's selected and who is considered objectively changes based on that era. If I go 20 years in the future, it's probably going to be Latinas. If I go 100 years in the future, it's probably going to be this. So white women have been going out of style objectively in America. There used to be a thing for blonde, skinny European women. In the last 15 years, that has changed. Everybody can agree to that. So objectively, what the standard of beauty is can move objectively, but independently as a person, based on your proximity, you will say, but I got to have this, which is fair. That doesn't mean that that's the top of the dating pool. That could still represent the bottom of the dating pool, but you, based on your proximity, based on what you can afford, based on likeness, based on you're going to put them at the top. You see what I'm saying here? So I'm not trying to say just because you like black women that's at the bottom, but objectively, that would be true. So it's not my opinion. It would be objective. And also objectively, are any other races of men going for that woman? Objectively, no. That doesn't mean you're wrong or right. But we could just say objectively, not many people are clamoring for that woman. So it is still that although they represent the top for you, they're at the bottom. You see what I mean? Like, I'm trying to make this make sense. I'm trying to be fair. I'm not trying to ridicule people or any of that. And I don't think I want to hear Mike Rashid for 3 minutes. I want to do these super chats. Typically, Mike Rashid is not the most articulate gentleman. Although he does give good information, it tends to come out as mumble rap since he's a rapper. He has a rap past. So he tends to still talk street and gruff. So he tends to be somewhat monotone and boring, although he does have valuable information. Oh, by the way, this guy on the left, on Mike Rashid's right, that guy has a good channel. Anybody know what his channel name is? He has a very good channel. He's kind of like one of these Hotep brothers. A Hotep brother, but his channel is good. All right, very good information there. Somebody tell me what his channel name is. The other guy, the white guy, I don't know who he is. I think that's Brandon Brady something, Brady M.
To him, I mean, black women wouldn't even look at you, but whatever. But also, this fool had like he did research on the weirdest statistics.
He didn't do research, but that never mind.
They're the hardest to deal with in customer service. And why would you even research? Like, what? Who conducted that study? For one,
who cares, man? Look, see, what Mike Rashid's not doing is giving information. He's using shame, insult, guilt, need to be right. Yeah, 19 Keys is the channel name. If you guys are any Hotep, mostly black males, and you want some information, go to 19 Keys channel. It is a very, very good informative channel. All right, but let's continue here.
It's bullshit. Anyway, so I checked. I said, bro, you are a very interesting person. I've never met a person like you. I didn't think people like you existed.
See, Mike Rashid at this point, ladies, Mike Rashid is not helping you in this conversation. Okay, this is not helpful. He's used all the sign language here. Not only that, he's not even just going to look at, I'm not going to look at the data. All right, my man said he garbage. Okay, yeah, it is what it is. Somebody saying, Fresh called him out about the KKK. Are we talking about the KKK? Gentlemen, this is why men. I'm going to need this Mitch alert to blink. Are we talking about the KKK? I don't give a fuck about the KKK. I haven't given a fuck about the KKK since I was 8. Who gives a fuck about the KKK? And I don't care what Myron or Fresh think about the KKK. Are we talking about that? We're not talking about that. What the fuck are you? These men, guys, black women, these are the men defending you right now. Niggas like, I'm waking up in the morning like, Is the KKK outside? I haven't thought that since I was like 3. When I heard of them, like, oh shit, who gives a fuck about who cares about the KKK? We're talking about dating and relationships. Stay on subject matter. Who cares about that? Well, I never woke up thinking Ku Klux Klan, like the Ku Klux Klan outside. Never. I don't think I ever thought about that shit. Right? All right, let's stay focused, bruh. Let's stay focused, man almighty.
Being black and hating himself so much, right? Because he shits on black people so much. He wears the Ku Klux Klan hood. Like,
well, I mean, you sound like Mike Rashid here. Mike Rashid has not stood on any principle. He has no research, no counter. Like the thing Mike Rashid should have said here is, it's not true that black women are least desirable. Right? It's not true, and I can prove it. That would have been what you would do. But instead, he can't get one. He was turned down. He was rejected. He got a Ku Klux Klan hood. Everything but the conversation. He should have said, oh, I know for a fact that the black queen is God. All right, the black woman is God. And since Cleopatra, and since the white supremacists and the colonialism and motherfucking, he could have said Sally Hemings was selected when she was 14 by a 50-year-old Thomas Jefferson, and he flew her out on a fucking boat. All right, that's what he could have said, and he was writing 4-page letters and it's closing it with a kiss. That's what he could have said, but he didn't. All right, he rambling about nothing. All right, come on, bro. Hey, man, I'm Mike Rashid. I'm trying to help you in this conversation. I'm trying to stand up for you.
It's just goofy. It's like, bro, they don't like you. A white racist dude will use you, but he don't respect you.
Again, is this the conversation? What are you talking about? Right? Again, we're not even staying on the conversation. Let's stand on what he's saying. But maybe he's talking about checking him.
And you a man, you a beast with no nation. So I told him, I DM'd him because I don't have his number. I got a new phone.
Oh, brother. All right, so are we counting checking a person via digital message? Oh, you guys are saying he responded? Okay, I am at the end of my podcast, so are we talking about you DM Myron to check him? Hey, as men, we've fucking lost our way. I thought you confronted him. I thought you called him on the phone and shit. See, men say I checked them. I send them a DM, an email. I made a video. I cut a video on them, and the video got 9,000 views. That's checking you? We've lost our way, man. We have lost our way, bruh. Again, Mike Rashid, I respect you. I've acknowledged. I know you might be watching too, or you got bigger fish to fry. We cannot call that checking Myron. Checking is face to face with a receipt. Okay. It's not over text or DM or a video on YouTube. Y'all niggas like, hey man, he roasted you. When? On YouTube. Nigga, please. That is not roasting me. Roasting me would be in my face, all right? Well, I'm prepared to roast your ass back in real time. Right? Roasting you is not cutting a video, edited, and then spliced and uploaded and thumbnailed. That's not roasting. You new niggas are crazy, bro. What is going on with these new niggas out here? All right, anyway, let's continue here. I'm going to try to continue.
I said, I'm very disappointed at you. I wasn't disrespectful. And he reported, I did a post when I mentioned it, said nothing disrespectful about him. He reported it, got my shit taken off of Instagram, got me blocked from doing lives for 30 days. No. It's like, bro.
See, this is even Myron's response to report and block. You niggas are the new females, bruh. Man, men are the new females. Men are the new women. Men are the new women, in which I'm going to tell you, If you ain't, look, we can reach people around the world via message. It's easy. Ninjas, yeah, they send in strongly worded emails and they posted something and I put a post up and I recorded a video. Man, this is not checking, nor is it, this is not manly responding to any settled issue. You're basically sneak attacking people and rabbit punching them and they're not expecting the punch. All right, that's like me looking over here and a nigga punch me and say I knocked them out. No, you didn't. You rabbit punched me. You stole on me. You walked up to me, was like, I ain't gonna do nothing, and then snuck me. This is not, you men are the new women. You men are the new women. And somebody said Myron stated that he didn't report him or block him. I doubt it, but you know what happened was Myron's Allegiant fans did it. So this is how YouTube works. Your allies do it. All right, so you respond, and then men get in their feelings, and then they report other people. By the way, do women do this? Do women do this on the internet? Right here. All right, you new men need to fucking go to war. Please. We need to fucking thin the herd at this point. We need to thin the herd.
You the one who talk about people doing this to you.
Yeah,
you
there's no way.
Look, this guy's still stuck on the KKK. I'm on this subject, sir. I'm on the subject of date selection. You're telling me 4 days ago I said Myron's trying to be in the KKK. I said that. Does that have anything to do with today's subject? You men are the new women. What is wrong with you people? If I just said, I'm going to talk about Myron Gaines today, well, then bringing up he wants to be in the KKK would be valid. That would be a valid point. I'm going to just say anything of what I think about Myron. It would be valid for me to bring that up. My point is what Myron said in relationship to an actual fact, and does the data support it? KKK don't matter at this point, Chase. And you first name, last name men need to really check your Bozak. Your mama named you fairy names, Chase, Hunter, Madison, all right? All of these first name, last name, Jordan, Tyson. You first name, last name men need to go to war, all right? We need to draft you first name, last name men first because names matter. And they named you these weak-ass man, named you limp-wristed, spineless cowards, Chase. That's a last name, nigga. That ain't no first name, Chase. You last name, first name men need to go to war immediately. You fairy name men. All right, these are fairy names, and that's why men are the new women. Cooper, this is a last name, fam. That ain't no first name. My name is literally royalty, nigga. Pope's been named after me. All right, bro. What? New world order. You can look at a lineage of men and see my name is represented by kings and popes. You, on the other hand, last name, first name niggas. I got time to roast you, nigga. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with these niggas?
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
Chase. I'm supposed to listen to a man named Chase. I'm supposed to listen to a man named Chase. Jackson. All right, next I'm going to listen to Tanner and Jackson and Miles. These are last name people. These aren't first names. These don't represent anything masculinity. These are wussy names. These are wussification male names. These are mamas naming their kids. My name is royal and legendary. My name has a definition. Look it up. You can define my name. What does Chase mean? Chase mean chase pussy. All right, that's weakness. I ain't listening to no man named Chase. Last name, first name ninjas, man. Y'all got to go to war at least. Y'all need to start going to war. We need to draft. The first people drafted are men with last names as first names. Immediately. Immediately. Who's getting drafted first? Men that have first names that are last names. You're going to fucking war. All right, and then want to attack my name. Well, my name is royalty, bro. Look it up. King Gregory, Pope Gregory the 8th. The fuck are you talking about? My name has thousands of years of lineage. You are named Chase. Bro, come on, man. What man is named Chase in the fucking history of the world? That don't sashay and Shantae. What the fuck?
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
This is a disgrace. You men are a disgrace. We need some more Gregorys in this world. We need some more, look, Gregory Peck. We need some more men in this world, bruh. We need some more masculine names. Y'all got fairy names and then want to come talk to me, Chase. All right, anyway, chase his ass out of here. All right, anyway, let me stop. Don't talk to me, sir, and you got a last name as a first name. Hunter, Cooper, Jackson. You too young if you got a name like that to tell me anything about life. Let me tell you something. First name Jackson. All right, you're disqualified. Get some life experience before you come in here with that fucking last name as a first name trying to check me in here. I bet you're going to check me on the internet. You're going to check me on the internet now? You new men. No wonder y'all ain't fucking these women. No wonder why y'all women ain't getting... All right, my Lord. All right, let me stop. All right, look, let me get to this part of the show. I got to get to the super chats. I'm doing 5 hours today. He said Logan too. Yeah, man, Logan. He got a last name. Logan Paul got a last name as a first name and a first name as a last name. We messed up around here, man. We are messed up. We ass backwards. We ain't going nowhere. Callie West says, I reviewed your epic live stream from Saturday, although last Friday's live stream was epic as well. When you mentioned that the manosphere should conduct itself as a business, he says, as businessmen instead of high school students not wanting to call their friends mistakes. Yeah. And then people will say, well, the manosphere wasn't designed to be a business. Again, you ninjas have low expectations. Men have low expectations about shit. Low. The manosphere wasn't designed to be a business. Ninja, no, nothing on the internet was designed to be a business until they made it a business. You think people was just going to design car video review videos as a business until they said, you know, let's level this shit up? I mean, men are some... I'm tired of you, man, really. I'm tired of you low expectations men. You know what men do? They want everything to be moral. Like, they want life advice to just men to be powwowing and shit. Spitting tobacco and eating beef jerky and shit. And powwowing and helping men. We need to be helping men. We need to sit around and help men and sit around by campfire and smoke cigars and shit. Just waste our fucking time with losers. What, losers with low expectations. And this is what we do as men. We're men, ass nigga. All right. And we tell each other how to be good and nobody benefits. And we collectively rise as a group of men. And here's the deal. This is why y'all men losing, because women have figured out how to make their rights a business. They literally have lobby groups. Okay, men used to slap people and go to war. We no longer do that. Women said, we're going to support politicians. We're going to have lobbying and private interest groups. We're going to have PACs. We're going to create groups and people. We're going to hire lawyers. They literally went away for 50, 70 years figuring out how to integrate into this. We're going to support politicians and we're going to pay politicians to support our laws. You out here, we're going to spit sunflower seeds and drink orange soda because we're men, and we're going to take the... And then guess what? Y'all getting lapped out here. All y'all got is YouTube to exercise your fucking disagreements with the political system and structure around you, and ain't put no fucking dime on it. Women done built networks of groups. They done had women-only clubs on their college campuses within their work environment. If you niggas so much as suggest that you're going to have a male-only club in high school, it's going to get busted up. Why? Because y'all ain't got nothing. So take your ass out there and get in around your campfire and your cigars and your tank tops and go out there and solve the world's problem and help these coward-ass first name, last name for ass ninjas. Y'all got it backwards, man. Y'all don't want to progress. You think you think the moral compass is going to go because men can slap people. You know what you're going to be? You're going to be a foot soldier. So men today serve as nothing more than foot soldiers, pet wallets, simps, and people. The system reinforces that guy. You, on the other hand, I'm alpha, I'm masculine, but you over here checking people on YouTube. Like, that's why men gonna lose. That's why y'all not, again, you're gonna win individually, but as a collective, the loser men gonna be out here jumping off bridges, unfortunately, sadly enough. Okay, the loser men ain't gonna catch on fast enough.
Suicide rates among men under 30 have risen by 40% since 2010. And
yep, there it is. All right, because the loser men just gonna eventually just check on out. All right, that's what they gonna do. While you's like, it's not a business and we don't need to legitimize and we don't need a group and we don't need teams and we don't need this. We just need cigars and campfires and tank tops and sunflower seeds and shit. All right, go ahead. And stoicism. And that's all we need, huh? That's going to beat the system. All right. YouTube Alpha Male Club is going to beat the system. Okay, got it. People going to be scared of you coming up with your hypergamy charts. Okay. The system. All right. The women just going to keep doubling down and doubling down and doubling down on your goofy ass while you wait for them to come apologize for following feminism. Okay. Look, man, I got some chats to read, so don't get me distracted. Don't get me distracted. I'm trying to be a professional here. All right. The Pipped Out Platypus says the majority of men have been raised by women, single moms in particularly, for the last 30 years, and it shows. That's what's wrong with men right now. They've grown up to become their mothers, and, you know, we're seeing that a lot. Bob says, I grew up in Europe, and from my experience, height was not a big deal like in the U.S., specifically for women who are under 5'4". Even in the bedroom, a huge height discrepancy limits you what you can do sexually, and that is true. That is true. A lot of women, you know, if a man's significantly taller than a woman, unless he's picking her up, which he's probably doing, if they're laying on the bed with her toes on his kneecaps, it's not very comfortable. All right, and you will find that out a variety of ways. G Money says, did you notice the guy in the limo that admitted that all men paid tried to exclude wifey material? Why are men so naive and don't admit or realize men pay the most when they're married? That's true, too. That's true, too. Tranisha says, and then BWs are not. Okay, wait. Tranisha has something to say. This is our resident black woman here. Happy New Year, Tranisha says. People date people that give them status or fit into their social group. My experience, that is taboo to date other than black men. I can remember in middle school, I was teased by a black boy for having a Brendan Fraser poster in my locker. I just liked his movies. Then she adds, it's in another chat, and then black women are not encouraged to date for financial stability like other races. Boomer BWs have this ride or die for your man mentality. Your live talks in the show always ties to the main event. That's true. Like with Coochie Commies, Beyonce married a you-know-who would be controversial. So yes, my whole show ties into the main event. Thank you for pointing that out. But I think you're right. I think you're right. If black women do become, you know, if they, you know, like NSYNC or something like that, they might get ridiculed for that. So they're not encouraged for dating interracially, which I agree with you. I don't know why. I don't know why that we have. I do know why, but I think it's a new day. So I don't understand why we have this interracial thing going on. Dr. Umar would disagree. All right. Because the gene pool the gene pool, I think, would benefit greatly. Like, here's a controversial stance. Hypergamy is beneficial to the gene pool. Hypergamy is beneficial to the gene pool. Although we would advocate against hypergamy as men, we are been victims of hypergamy, but hypergamy has benefited the gene pool in total. Right? Anybody disagree with that? Shout out to Izzy the Accountant. I've dated 1 white girl and 3 black non-American girls. Black American women are some of the rudest females I've ever been around. They always want to question a male authority. I'm a black son of married immigrant parents. And I will say that's true too. I mean, unfortunately. And this is a case of black women just don't realize or accept their criticism. Okay? They don't expect their criticism. So Ricky Tan makes an adjustment. Black women just double down and just say, well, I ain't going to change. And it's like, well, you're going to get the results. But hypergamy benefits the gene pool. It literally makes us better. It literally creates smarter people, bigger, stronger, taller, faster. Yes, if you're a run of the litter, if you're shorter, so you're gonna be greatly affected by hypergamy. If you're ugly, if you're less status, if you're born a peasant, you're not gonna be able to get the top of the pick, and so therefore your offspring is gonna be non-viable offspring. Your offspring will be born in a system that doesn't benefit them. Therefore, your genes don't get passed on. What genes get passed on? The people that are high status, wealthy, of a certain skin complexion, race, or whoever's the dominant presiding, they're going to get more. They're going to benefit. Okay. But yeah, man, shout out to Izzy saying that he's dealt with a lot of disrespect. What I would say is this. While I want to try to say it to black women in this way. You might not think you're rude, but you're certainly confrontational. And that comes from, as I describe it, what I call this obsession with struggle. So it could be victim card or the obsession with struggle. Anytime you're talking to a black woman, inevitably she's going to talk about the struggle and my people and our descendants and our kin and our fucking, what do they call them, ancestors. They're typically going to be on some shit like that, which does mean, in effect, they're coming in with some sort of stress already. They're coming in stressed. They're stressed and anxious about something, which does mean that they're being victimized or being perceived the victim. Thus, they're confrontational. They've also experienced a lot of, molestation and, low quality parenting, and like they're coming in disadvantaged. So they're going to be stressed out. Thus, when you tend to be with them or relate to them in relationships, they're always stressed and concerned. Who's going to pay my bills and shit like that? Like low level shit. In the dating marketplace, that's low-level shit. All right? Nobody wants to deal with that bullshit. I just want to fornicate, get a nut, cuddle, and get a goddamn meal, and my dick sucked. How hard is that? Okay? I don't want to hear all that other bullshit about ancestors and my people, and we don't want to hear about that. My sister shall I rise, motherfucking Maya Angelou and Nikki Giovanni, motherfucker. We don't care about none of that shit. It's 2025. I don't care about Nikki Giovanni. She dead. All right. And then on the other hand, then you can't tell him, you ain't my daddy ass nigga. All right. Listen. Plantation talk. Yeah, they stuck. So what tends to happen is that type of stuff tends to manifest when you get with them. Now, the minute you date a white woman, that shit disappears and it becomes less stressful, but they have their own sort of problems. They have their own bag of problems. But the stress is alleviated significantly by not having that shit to deal with. Now you can talk to a white woman, and a white woman just dizzy and dumb and deer in the headlight, you know what I mean? Passive aggressive and shit, right? Now you can just alleviate all of that struggle bullshit and all that stress related to that. It becomes definitely more, damn, she just want to cuddle and shit. She just want to suck on my. So when men do experience that, that rudeness does that rudeness shit and that shit dissipates when you go to a different series of women. Now you're gonna just inherit a different subset of problems. All right. Dennis S says, "What's up, Coach? The Boondocks has a great clip where Martin Luther King comes back and he grills black people about their behavior. Bittersweet scene, which does mean in effect what he was talking about. The no sympathy card is in full play. Like y'all leaned in on gangster rap. Y'all leaned in on drug culture. Y'all leaned in on sagging your pants. Like nobody cares, bro. Your sympathy is gone. Shout out to G Money. Shout out to you for being fearless and calling out the BS that even famous people say. It's time that the CGA truth, which is universal truth, be let free. All right, YouTube, free your boy. Okay? Free your boy. Blue Baggin says B-dubs will lower their standards for Brad every time and foot the bill. I think somebody even talked about that black women that date white guys pay them. And I think it was a black woman. All right, so I can't remember. I showed a clip of this within the last year I think it was a black waitress or a woman that works in a hotel. She's like, don't be fooled. These black women are paying these white guys. Meaning they're paying for their meals and paying for dinner dates. Now, I don't know if it's true, but that's what she said. I reviewed it. Shout out to our brother Devin says the Mike Rashid confrontation was inevitable. The first woman to accuse Myron of wrongdoing was a friend of Mike. All right, I remember that. That was that woman from Newport Beach. Omar, a man is handsome to a woman because when she demands that he hands her some things, cash and trinkets, he willingly gives her what she wants with the expectation of something in return, which is sex or exclusivity, but he never sees the reciprocation. Don't be a handsome man. Shout out to you, Coach. So he says, hand some. She considers you as something that if she gives you sexual attention, she'll get something in return. That's why you're handsome. Big Toe, love the show. Found you a year ago. So much info really opened my eyes. Shout out to you. Thank you, man. Our brother DC. Trini says, Coach, Michelle, them day Obama leaving Barack hanging is a death blow to the BW's reputation. Fat white women heard that, and they are dancing in the streets of Minnesota and Ohio. Shout out to the Snow Cows. Shout out to the Snow Cows. Yes, I mean, this is going to open up a marketplace for black men to explore other options, and that's going to be at the fault of the black women. For instance, when black women and certain black men supported Fannie Willis, I said, guys, you have no hope. That's literally the most ignorant person to ever support. Fannie Willis is, if you're looking at the dynamics between men and women, the dynamics between what men would probably benefit from and what
nigga, you know the world changed when niggas
straight
be like,
up.
ooh, she bad.
If he's short, and I'm talking about like
Oh, my
the
Lord.
reasonably shorts,
TikTok,
right? You know,
TikTok went crazy. All right, TikTok just started playing shit. If you look at the dynamics, if you looked at what black men overwhelmingly critiqued about black women, you had Fannie Willis, literally a mammy, a Jezebel, and a Sapphire all wrapped into one, jump on the whole world stage. Please listen to me. I'm not trying to be critical for no reason. She jumped on the whole world stage on the white man Al Gore's internet and literally lived out the black stereotypes of women, and women celebrated it. And some black men. And I said, y'all cooked. As a man that is impartial.
New world order.
And she a whole mammy and a Jezebel and a Sapphire wrapped into one. We had the great, he says, on the biggest stage ever, in the most public trial of the moment, worldwide appeal. You jumped on there with your dress backwards, shaking your head and shaking your head, waggling your fingers, and stomping your feet. Talking about Grey Goose and getting fucked on the goddamn printer, the Xerox printer. Like, I was like, cooked. And I jump on Al Gore's internet in the comment section, and you clown Southern Bama plantation Negroes were supporting it. I was like, oh, we cooked, bro. We doomed.
New world order.
We doomed. Doomed. Grey Goose? She don't want to be classy and get a glass of wine? Nope. Grey fucking Goose. And she's a highly level elected official. Now, our elected officials are certainly not the higher moral high ground, but what? And Ninjas was like, yeah, sister, tell it. I was like, cooked. And this nigga get up, she had the gorilla grip. I mean, on the world stage, at least you could help yourself with a little bit of decorum and manners. But no, she busts up in the courtroom, and they're like, why are you here? I knew you was going to call me anyway. I'm like, this is a fucking clown show. All right, this is crazy. Tell me I'm not lying. Look, you can't blame you have to blame yourself at this point. I can't help you, bro. I know I got a lot of supporters that are being patient. You have to blame yourself at this point. You got all the data and all the information, and you still showing up here like fucking clowns. I mean, I can't. I can't support and protect you any longer. We got our brother Darkside Foundation. These Mitches who care about getting it for free have no understanding of opportunity cost. He says, to be honest, he says, I think we will be at the bottom until we see a black nation gain nuclear capabilities on its own. Pro-blacks don't understand that. Without leverage, you have nothing. Yep. I mean, it's a game. Men are still trying to play on this, feel sorry for me. And we'll get together as a people. Guys, most of these nations, it's money. And where black people stop is when the money conversation comes up, they ass cheek clenches up. All right?
Hey, yo,
they get uncomfortable.
Son. Hey, yo.
Well, I shouldn't have to pay. And we should have to do. Nigga, I don't care about none of that, bruh. Put some money on it. And watch your situation change. Just women, life, job, war, neighborhoods. Put some money on it. Niggas want to get up because, black people are, for as most criticism as we give you people today, yes, you people, black people tend to be artistic, spiritual, and this. This is where our impact is. Art, music, paintings, murals, drawings, poems. We are very articulate. When we have the gift of gab. So we tend to lean on that. And we could do some motherfucking flowetry or slam poetry and paint a mural to express ourselves and shit. How about you put some money on it? Niggas, we could grab a guitar, a drum, a horn, but then that's how we express ourselves. So that's where our pain gets expressed. And so it comes out as sympathy. And, the representation does make a statement, but it's short-lived. Put some money up, okay? We need to do some money. Put some money on it and see your situation change. We shouldn't have to throw money at it. Okay, guess what? Stay there then. All right, stay there. And anybody that thinks I'm wrong, the only invite Negroes got were if they were a Supreme Court justice, an elected official, or Snoop Dogg and Rick Ross and Soulja Boy. Them the only niggas that got invited to the party. All right, everybody else, all of y'all other Negroes is at home. All right, it is what it is. Anyway, shout out to our brother Brandon B. Says, shout out to the coach taking a risk. And I'm going to be on a game show called Wipeout this Sunday. He says, trying to get that 25K. He says, going to keep the Mitch horn blowing to keep my motivation to get the win. Watch out for the traps there. Good luck on your show. Wise L says, being intimate with a BW is more tense and less sensual. It's like a wrestling match. Other races of women let you fold them up. Yeah. I agree with that too. Men, and what happens is because people tend to not date interracially, they don't have the experience. But being intimate with a black woman is like a wrestling match. It's very, very listen, it's almost like I can describe it as trying to do the tango with two leaders. Like two people are leading the tango. You're trying to do the waltz, but she's trying to lead in the waltz and you're trying to lead at the same time. So it's very animalistic, very less sensual, very overtly hypersexual and stuff like this. Not that I'm complaining, but it tends to be that way. Whereas if you go to the other side, it's definitely more sensual, intimate, and then there can be periods of hypersexuality, nastiness. But it tends to be the case where when you're in the bed with them, and black women are like, that ain't true. Have you ever fucked a black woman? Have you ever fucked a white woman? Like, how would you say I'm wrong and you never been intimate with a white woman? Sisters, just take this. Just take this. It tends to be ass wiggling and wanting to fucking sit on it and hop on it and shit like this. It tends to be her dominating you. Come on, nigga. Come on. It tends to be that. It tends to be that. Whereas Asian women be oochie, ouchie, oochie. You know, white women be oochie. Latinas tend to wiggle and wrestle around too. They tend to do some shit over there too. But it tends to be her trying to dominate you and shit. Sit back and push you in your chest and try to, you like, calm down. Let me. He said, definitely like pulling teeth. But some men like that, right? Some men overtly grow up to like that. But some men is like, it's too much. It's like, who's leading who here? Who's doing who? She tried to fuck you and shit. You're like, I'm trying to fuck you. All right, anyway. He says, I haven't banged BWs in a long time. Man, why would you say that, bro? Like, that is completely wrong. I've actually just demonstrated in December that that's false. That's literally false. Come on, man. Stop, man. Why do people say shit? Again, more shame, insult, guilt, need to be right just to prove your point. But I still got super chats, and you guys have been very patient. Shout out to our brother here, Kenny Cherry, with the sponsorship. Let's go. He says, Mr. Adams, I'm a 40-year-old black male. You and KS have helped me so much. It's 9:50 here in Kuwait. Now, you probably sleep by now by the time I'm reading this, but I'm still making sure I see some of your live streams. I work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week since 2019, trying to boss up in many ways. If you come to Dubai, first round on me. Shout out to you, man, and that's a sponsorship. Appreciate you. You probably sleep now. It takes me a while to get to the super chats, man, but I will read them. I stick around to read my super chats. What content creator, other than the lead attorney, do you know that sticks around to read all their super chats? Angry Man, I mean, you know, Ringo. Shout out to us. We supporting the brothers. All right, but I'm sticking around. I keep the show going so I can acknowledge the people who support this show. Shout out to H every day since I've been, and these ninjas be super chatting paragraphs. Paragraphs. All right, shout out to H every day since I've been over 28. I've noticed young girls' 20s get mad when they ask for a real response about tricking, sipping, and BFF and F buddies. I tell them I would rather pay and be done with it, and they get mad. When I flip it and say, I like to have a pretty girl around me at all times, they get inquisitive. Now, when I say come fall through, they automatically think we're going to smash. Girls think to protect their punani first. That's their only accent. Men seek to protect status and resources first. Coach, what's your response? Since it's late in the show, it's true. All right, it's true. So that's true. We protect our wallet. They protect their punani. That's the basis of the relationship. Shout out to our brother here. No government name. My homeboy told me the only reason he prefers relationships rather than being single, dating, was because he wanted no condom sex. I mean, that's accurate. He says, I think this is most men who are married in relationship. House punani cost the most. He says, men watch her show for entertainment and continue to go back to a little relationship plantation, to get praying mantis. They're the worst purple pill ninjas. Shout out to you. But yes, a lot of people, men and women, have said, this again proves my point. Does a woman really like you? Sorry for butchering the chat. This proves my point. I've heard women say this. They want to get into a committed relationship so they don't sleep around, so they can get less likely to get an STI, so they can have condom-free sex. Now, at that point, that follows what I told you. Do women really like you, or is there another reason? They have to like you and. So the reason she committed to you is so she ain't having raw sex with 5 other men, increasing her likelihood of an STI. So she settled for you, or she picked you as to take a break from the cock carousel. Shout out to Black Ram. It's not because she liked you. She was like, okay, you'll do until I find another dick that I can go raw on, but I want to protect my pH balance, and I don't like condoms. So here we go right here. You're the guy.
And that's you.
I pick you. There's never just she likes you. She likes you and. She likes you and. What else? You have to figure that out. Christopher Glover, shout out to you. He said you should do a 20-city tour with your show. I'm thinking about it. We're going to start in Vegas, most likely in February. And shout out to our brother here, Dustin A. says, driving from Tacoma to Phoenix, listening to Coach. That's a co-sponsorship. Be safe on your drive. And I know I got a lot of other brothers here over here. We're going to get everybody. Oh, my Lord. All right. Be careful here. We're going to try to get everything. She likes you or she likes what you do for her. She likes the way you make her feel. She likes that you pay. She feels secure around you. It's never that she just likes you. The only way she just likes you is if you're in high school or the first 2 years of college. That's it. That's when women like you. You don't have to really have nothing else. You could have a chiseled jaw. You could be a football player. You could be good at math. I guess that's like you, Ann. And I'm not criticizing this either. What I'm saying is people have to understand that that's the point. So when men say, well, she likes me and she don't like you, that's not even going to figure out. That don't even cover the majority of what a woman is with you for. Shout out to our brother, U.S. Army Air Force retired. Not Army, U.S. Air Force retired 3 hours ago. All right, shout out to you. It's a sponsorship. Just got back from the DR. I'm 63 and was clapping cheeks daily for 2 weeks. So here's 5011 for your JUCO fund. Shout out to the Coach gang. He says right here, shout out to all the Coach gang. Bangers out here. Hit me with the Uncle Earl.
I got money.
Shout out to you. Damn. He gave me $50.11. Shaw X says these new ninjas don't even put skin in the game. Shout out to you. So I did read that one. I skipped one. So shout out to you. Jay McGee. Oh, I messed it up. I'll skip it. All right. So anyway, I'll hide it. The Drunken Sailor says, thank you. As a man going through divorce, put your ego aside and listen to me and Coach. No government name. My baby mama Terrace called me, said she ran out of gas a mile from the gas station. I asked, was my son with her? She said no. I told her she better boss up out here. Shout out to you, man. You better boss up, man. And get the step in. And it felt great. Gentlemen, that's how you treat your baby mama. Yes. That's how you treat your baby mama terrorist. Baby mama terrorist. Hey, ladies, don't terrorize your man. All right. Rob says the whole world sees the matriarchy. BWs are seen as an experience, and most of them pay for non-black males and pookies. Poor choices in generational piss poor programming from the Jezebels from the past. Mitches that are protecting them are seeking validation, blind loyalty as Mitches, a.k.a. Mike Rashid would qualify as that. Rob says, from a black man, Myron Gaines is correct. That's a black man. We are the least desirable as a whole. We set the community up for failure. What sets it up is that these Mitches are afraid of confronting black women. Black women lead in everything, non-productive abortions, and enrolled without degrees, debt, STIs, weight, and promiscuity. And again, when you bring this up, people say you just want us to feel bad. That's a sympathy card. That would be correct. And then we would have to say, what do you lead in? Oh, we lead in college degrees. Not much leading into it. So it's tough to have the conversation. And many of you guys have actually tried to talk to your mother if you had a black mom or a black relative. You've tried to correct them, a black sister. And you tried to be like, hey, look, press 1 in the chat if you have a black relative, a descendant, your mom, your sister, and you try to be like, hey, look, listen, let me tell you the truth. They're going to kick you out. They're going to stop communicating with you. They're going to fall out with you. A daughter, right? It don't matter. You try to correct the black woman, they're going to throw you out. They're going to disconnect from you. They're not going to take it to heart and make any change at all. When men experience that for a long time, they realize they're not going to waste their breath. Then when they don't save you after you get hit by a brick and you selling wolf tickets, then you mad at the brothers. But these men are like, nah, fuck that. It ain't worth even opening my goddamn mouth. So then as a result, men don't correct at all. Men just stay quiet. Men just stay quiet. And let me tell you something about this staying quiet thing, because we're coming up. I'm trying to get out of here in 5 minutes. When I coach players, okay? When I coach players, they hate it. Not when I yelled at them. They didn't hate when I corrected them. You know when they hate it? You know what they hated the most? When I stayed quiet. That's what they hated. So my players knew something was wrong. Not when I was raging, ranting, throwing a basketball across the gym. Not when I was stomping my feet. Not when I was clapping. Not when I was critiquing them and coaching them. My players, they hate that. But that's not when they hate it. You know when they hate it? When I just did like this. Or if I was standing up in the game and I sat down in the chair. My players would say, okay, I pissed him off or he quit on us. That's when they knew it was fucked up. When I sat down in the chair. And they would be like, Coach, you quit on us. You got to keep up. You got to keep cheerleading us. They got nervous when I took the whistle and I just went for like 3 minutes and let the ball. All they heard was shoe squeaking and the ball bouncing. That's when they knew it was fucked up. Now, in the relationship category, women think when you're quiet, they're doing good. Oh, he ain't saying nothing, so I must be perfect. So they start airing out their grievances. Well, I'm perfect. You're not saying something. But they don't realize your silence is basically, fuck it. I can't do nothing about it. Fuck it. You ain't going to listen anyway. Yep, that means the next fuck up you have, you about to be on the line running. So when I was in practice and I did this, and I put the whistle in my mouth like this, and I just folded my arms. They start going. Them niggas start calling each other's name out. They start pivoting, jump stopping, all right? And then one person bricked the layup, whistle, whoop, on the line. 1 minute on the clock. You better touch the line. Every fucking single one of them. 16, go. Right? But as long as I'm correcting them and cheerleading them, and come on, you can do it. Hey, this is what you do. You do this. Hey, man, make sure you don't do that. All right, I'm correcting you. I'm in. I'm locked in. Soon as I fucking close my motherfucking mouth, all right, I'm fed the fuck up. All right, that's it. So my players would always say, I know when you mad, when you stop talking, when you stop coaching, when you sit down. So for women, when your man ain't saying nothing and correcting you, he ain't even trying no more. When he's correcting you, he got hope for you. All right, he got hope for you. If he quiet and you think you perfect, he ain't said nothing. If he ain't saying nothing, he's checked the fuck out. Shout out to our brother here. Martin Muhammad had to say it again. 4th and 30 women. Fuck that punt. Hilarious. Shout out to the brother that said 4th and 30 women. 4th and 30. That's what men deal with. And he says, wow. He says, women have made their rights a business. That's a jewel. Men have not made their rights a business. All right, and I think I'm almost done. Yes, holy mackerel. What a show today. Thank you for the support. Thank you for watching. All right. Man, I think I got almost everybody. There might be a couple more that came through. Rob says the whole world. Okay, yes, I did. Got that, man. I might have missed one or two, man. I apologize. I tried to get everybody. All right, pause. But it's a great show. I'm tired. I'm fatigued. And yes, I'm coming back tonight. All right, it is Gordita Tuesday, but it's not for me.
Where the white women at?
Shout out to the Coach Gang. Hit the like button on the way out. New intro on the way out. Who wants to see it? RIP to the headphone user. Shout out to ABL.